How about now, guys? Stupid option on OBS keeps switching over my mic, and it is really annoying. Really annoying when you record a whole video and then you go back to edit it and nothing's recorded. I don't know why OBS keeps doing it. It just keeps switching my mic over. It's so annoying. I spent like 30 minutes recording for a video the other day and I had to re-record the whole thing. It's just very frustrating. So how are we all doing then today? We good? Doing good? Making lots of gold? Anyone notice the price is going down a little bit? A little bit, question mark. To be fair, on the US, they've recovered a little bit. So the prices on herbs have gone up a little bit today because I bought a load this morning and crafted a load of pots and the price has gone up a couple of gold. So, hopefully it will stabilize a little bit because that drop, we always get a drop off, don't we, at this point in the week? But that drop was a bit of a dramatic drop off, to be honest. It was always going to bounce back though, wasn't it? A little bit. I've had a crash already. I've been playing 30 seconds and I've already had a crash. That's some sort of impressive, that. Unable to reconnect. I forgot. That is a new record. Streaming for like 30 seconds and we have a crash. Oh, good news though. The US servers are only going to be down for an hour on Tuesday. Do we believe that? Anyone that plays on the US realms, do we believe that? Right, let's just move that slightly so I can see your chat properly. So I lost 10 million at the start of reset because of the market crash. Haha. Yeah, I lost some gold as well just from stock I had left over, and the prices just went down so much. It's crazy. I mean, like it goes down a little bit, but that drop was just like, it felt like something had changed. But like I said, it is coming back slowly. Concentration builds day looking good. Almost 1 million for me is more than fine. Yes. Good. I'm glad they're doing well. I really am, because it's just a way that everybody can earn some gold, and it's so easy. And I've got a feeling that's not the first time I'm going to say that in this stream. Throne and Liberty name, I think it is. New game, make people go and play it. Well, that's the thing. People could go away from WoW, they come back to WoW. It's the same cycle, isn't it? Everyone comes back to WoW as soon as we have some new content. But when something else comes out, they go off and play it, realise it's not as good as WoW, and then come back. Every game's a WoW killer, isn't it? And it's been that way since what? Conan, Wildstar. Remember those games? Authority of the Debts concentration daily profit went from 15k to 10k. Not as bad as the chest enchant went from 10k to 3k though. Lol. Yeah, that was on the US, wasn't it? Because I noticed that with my chest enchants this week. Chest enchant drop was pretty dramatic. Oh no, don't kill me. Please don't kill me. Too close in it. I can't mind that. Yeah, but things like Authority of the Depths, anything that comes from a recipe, the drop's always going to be less dramatic because there's less people doing it with concentration builds. And I've spoke about that before when I've said about people setting up their concentration builds. If you do concentrate on stuff that needs you to have a recipe, then that is going to have much more durability. You let me have it? Come on. Then that concentration build will last a lot longer than the ones that just come from knowledge, which are really easy to unlock. What are you making for money off with inscription and level working? Well, inscription, I just make all the regents. Level working, I'm not making any money from because it's trash. Or I found it to be trash at least anyway. I'm sure some people are doing well with it, but it's not one I've really concentrated on at all. Well, this inscription character's been doing fine. It's done fine the whole expansion, really. I was able to survive the market crash and move all my tinder boxes to scrolls and sell them fast when it kept crashing, yeah. All those people that invested, think how they're feeling. You know, those guaranteed investments that are going to make everyone millions. Just doing enchanting in Taylor. Made 25 mil from concentration build in 1 month, was averaging 2.5 mil every 3 days. Now it's down to 700k to 1 million every 3 days, so I won't cry. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, it's still pretty crazy gold for the amount of effort it takes to set up, really. And the amounts you earn will go down, but I can't imagine we'll ever get to a point where the concentration build's not going to make any gold at all. Because then your rank 2 and your rank 3 materials have to be costing the same price. And because of how stuff drops this expansion, rank 3 stuff is so much rarer. And you need rank 3 for crafting. So I can't see that really happening. There will always be some profit in concentration. It's just, you know, we're not at the days at 100k, 20k per click anymore, are we? Thoughts on the 1,700 R10 code shuffle plus 50k gold for concentration builds? I wouldn't do it. Literally, I don't think concentration builds are worth the effort. Like, concentration builds should be like quick and dirty setups, basically. Like, if some people want to push a little bit more and, you know, unlock the multi-craft and stuff like that from the build, then I'm sure that'll work out as well. I see some people running these concentration builds and they're putting loads and loads of effort in. And like on my videos, I was at complete opposite of that. I just want to make it quick and dirty and just print gold. Because the more effort you're putting into something, if you're doing stuff weekly and even doing Patreon orders and stuff like that and putting gold in, it's just taking your profit away. Yeah, it's probably paying out in the long term, but it's not necessarily paying out in the long term. Lure Drop and Spear still in the gutter for the EU at least. Yeah, I mean, that's the ones I'm using the most. And they were really cheap yesterday. But I'm just crafting up and hoping that the crash don't continue. Because the price on the potions as well has been ridiculous. Tempered pots have gone from like 130g on Tuesday down to like 90 gold now. 95 gold, yeah, it's crazy. And that's barely even a profit now. Technical question here: how much RAM are you running? Noticed a memory leak while doing crafting sessions with 16 gigabit RAM. I've got 64 gig of RAM, but the rest of my PC is not particularly good. But if I start getting issues with one of my crafters and that sort of eating up all my RAM, then I just log it out for like 60 seconds and then log it back in again. But it's just really annoying. But if you log it out, and you watch on your you watch the memory usage will just drop off. It just takes a little while. But I have found it worse with some professions than others, like engineering. Really don't see how you can make this with even with 50 alts. I think you'd be surprised if you got what 50 alts, you're making 15k. If you made 15k from using your 2 sets of concentration, which I mean is a lot probably in current market, but with 50 alts, what's that? 750k gold profit. So, but those numbers used to be a lot bigger, didn't they? Used to be a lot bigger than 15k for both professions, of course, not one profession. Only tailoring is negative on some leg enchants. Went from 2k for rank 3, even with concentration without multicraft. You're fucked. Yeah. Tailoring one's just a bit iffy. It's just I've had a few times where it's been quite good, and then a few times where it's just like absolute trash. But the cloth's just so up and down in price. Although it seems to be stabilising a bit now, just because it's crashing so much. It's not jumping up so much in price anymore. Right, come on, let me get that herb. I like to get the ingenuity high with 100% refund enchanting so that I can double dip on the profit. My also like 36% ingenuity, and that's quite a lot of extra craft day. It is, and it's nice when it does proc, but in a way, I don't want it to proc because I can't be bothered with the extra effort of keeping track. Do you know, I just like to go on like every 3 days or so and just do all my concentration and then forget about it for 3 days. If someone gets a couple of procs and they can't craft one more, then you've got to go on the next day and do it again, haven't you? Where's that herb? Milling seems to be profitable, but I swear I can never sell mass amounts. Like the demand isn't there for pigments, so I stay away from it. Yeah, there isn't a lot of demand for pigments because most people will just do it themselves. But you're right, there is a little bit of a profit margin there. I occasionally buy some pigments. I'm still buying rank 3 pigments at the moment because I haven't quite got to a point where I can do those yet. Don't aggro, don't aggro. So you might be able to make something off rank 3 pigments because I can't imagine not everyone can do that. But like you said, once again, it's how many you're going to sell. Where's that? How much time until you make rank 3 tempered potions? For me, I'm sat on 22 skill, so I reckon might get it next week, possibly. I'm sat on 22 knowledge there. So I need 18, I need about 20 knowledge, potentially. See what happens. Have you done any blacksmithing? Tried I tried to do a similar thing with blacksmithing that I did with the inscription. Sort of I went straight for Everburning Forge and tried to craft rank 1 alloys right at the start of the expansion, like right at the start of the expansion. And it sort of worked, but it wasn't working as well as my other stuff. So I just sort of didn't push it so hard. Because when you've got professions that are making a decent amount of gold, it's not a case of saying, oh, this doesn't work. It's just a case of which is making the most gold. I'll concentrate on that. And unfortunately, the blacksmithing didn't make the cut for me. I contribute the quick demise of the market prices to the sheer amount of videos showing do this to make millions. Penguin's the #1 reason markets crash in my experience. The market would be awesome. She makes a video about it and then the market crashes. Markets will crash no matter what. But Penguin doesn't do the clickbait, does she? Like I find her videos to be a good general outline and don't find them to be ridiculously clickbaity. Like, at least you can watch the video and you take something from it. If a video tells you you're going to make millions from it, and someone's putting a video out every day saying you're going to make millions from it, then you know you're not going to make millions from it. And that's your own fault for clicking on that video. But unfortunately, people do. Like, I've done it before. I've put videos out saying make millions and stuff like this. But at least when I put it out, I at least justify it. Whereas some people just put it on every single video, don't they? So, where's this freaking... Oh, there we are. Is there anything about that? Nothing special about this alchemy build. It's just a bog standard. Potent potions, bulk production, alchemy or mastery. It's pretty much what everyone in alchemy should have at the moment. Just a minute, see if we can get a bit more light. Because it's getting dark here, earlier and earlier. That time of year. Would you get into the rank 3 ciphers market? So I am in the rank 3 ciphers market now. So I'm crafting them. But like I said in my video about crafting for a profit, it's something that's difficult to craft at a profit unless you can do all phases of the crafting. So I can craft the inks, but I can't craft the pigments yet. I need 22 more knowledge. So when I can craft those, I can probably be able to craft these quite well for a profit. I can't do it amazingly well at the moment because I can't make the rank 3 pigments, so I can't do everything myself. But that's the video I put out yesterday talking about profits and crafting for a profit and all that lot. If you go full immaculate ingenuity into supplement Tree, you get full reef. Oh yeah. Sorry. So you get it's not 50%, then it's 100%. Yeah. So yeah, what you're saying is right. Then it's dead easy to track, isn't it? Because then you can just recast it straight away. Yeah. 100% get that. And I think I need to look at another enchanting concentration build because now we know how the profession catch-up works. Because Manfew's put a video out about it yesterday or the day before. It makes making concentration enchanting builds much more interesting. It also makes it that you should be able to do a lot more things for it. So what you're saying there is using all that from enchanting could make a significantly better build. But I imagine most people have probably already got their enchanting build set up now. K-Chat, can I ask, what is your opinion on the best long-term profession? If I give you an opinion on the best long-term profession, it won't be the best long-term profession anymore. Like every profession I'm involved in, the profit margins are just terrible at the moment. And I think it's going to be pretty much the same. The profession you want to get involved in is you want to be doing something that somebody else isn't doing. So if you've seen a video on it, don't do it. Just try doing something a bit different. I was watching your stream for a while, but can you tell me what's to start from zero? I mean, farming wise, because no gold to start crafting. Just do what I'm doing here. Herb mine till you get the gold. Herb mine till you get the gold. Set up concentration builds, and then from there, you've got yourself passive gold income. See, the thing with the prices going down, the profits on the concentration builds go down, but also the cost to set them up goes down as well. So also those people who undercut by 500 gold plus who crashed the market, yep. But they're doing it to get people out of the market, or they're doing it because they're idiots. I don't know which, but I've done it before. When you've got a ridiculously competitive market, then and you can't be bothered to cancel scam, then just cut the price down. And if you cut the price down, then a lot of people might not sell at the new price because it's not going to be a profit for them anymore. But yeah, it's annoying, especially like I've had, like in the last couple of days, I've had it where the tempered potions rank 2 have been under crafting cost, and I know they're under crafting cost because I'm literally perfect almost. But that's fine because I just won't sell them. People can't sell at a loss long term. So just wait out the market in that case. By the time a lot of the clickbait hits, there's already something else people are making gold of. The thing is, with a lot of the clickbait as well, it's a rip-off of other people's videos as well. So I see like clickbait of my videos that have come out a couple of weeks ago, and people are just basically copy and pasting my video, writing "make millions" on it, and that's basically it. So by the time that video comes out, like you said, people have already been doing it for weeks because they've seen my video and doing it, and the other person's just doing it and making it more clickbait. Which is fine because the people who actually watch my channel get to do it first then, don't they? And they're the ones that hopefully make more gold out of it. But the thing is, the clickbait wouldn't work if people didn't click on it. This is why occasionally I do videos that are showing off how much gold I make, because I feel like I need to justify that, like saying that things make gold. And even when I've done videos before and I have said, "Oh, this makes so much gold," and people are like, "No, it doesn't." Even though when I can put TSM data and stuff and sales data and all that sort of stuff in front of them, they'll still say it doesn't make gold. By the time yeah, mate, winter is coming. Wake up in darkness, go to work in darkness, drive home in darkness. Yeah, I'm glad I've got. I didn't used to have a. Where I work, I didn't used to have a window, and it's horrible that when you work somewhere where you can't see outside, and like you're saying, you never see the sun all day. You just go to work, it's dark. You go home, it's dark. It's cold. It's miserable. I've got a window now, unfortunately. Right, let's just switch this over before I forget. That's all. So you can make some inks. Isn't the sale rate for rank 3 inscription materials extremely low, though? I mean, it's not as fast as the rank 2s and the rank 1s, but mine have been selling okay. My biggest concern with it is the price of materials coming down because you do have a lot more gold tied up in what you're crafting, and if the prices come down too much, Like the price on the Boundless Ciphers the rank 3 Boundless Ciphers came down by like 500 gold. And they've gone back up a little bit now. You can see they've gone up to 2,100 gold, but they were like 1,700 gold earlier. Given your knowledge in a WoW economy, would you consider doing a 0 to gold cap challenge? I thought I just did a 0 to gold cap challenge like 4 weeks ago. Like, or 170,000 people watched me do it. I am looking at doing another one, but I don't know if it'll be 0 to gold cap. It might be 0 to 100 million. On a fresh character and all that stuff. 0 to gold cap's a bit easy for me. I know that's what other people do, but it's a bit easy for me. So I'll, yeah, maybe 0 to 100 million this time. Right, I'm going to put that light on it. Really too dark in here. Oh. Which professions do you think make the best sense to start up with other than gathering? How do I start making gold if I'm so far behind everybody else? If you're so far behind everybody else, then you make concentration builds. That's what I'm suggesting the vast majority of people do. Because it's so much less effort, so much less investment, and it's so much harder to not make gold for it. So if you click on the pinned playlist at the top, then that's basically the playlist that I've got all the guides for setting it up with. And that's what I suggest the majority of people to do. You can still make gold off crafting, but it's just so much more risk. Oh God. Don't kill me. It's so much more risk, so much more effort. You know, the concentration, you just set it up, log in and collect your gold. And yeah, the profit margins are coming down, but they were always going to come down. Seriously, there was one YouTuber who was stealing 100% of your content with the same words except the same video, but a Wish version of it. This dude, yeah. But that's just YouTube though, isn't it? The NA setting market has gone to hell. Suppose you have to do 1,000 craft or something and the profit is 250 gold and the mirror powder costs 200 gold. Do you think it's worth to put 1,000 powder into those crafts? I would use Craft Sim. Even I use Craft Sim for extra materials and stuff like that. Because Craft Sim takes it into account. So if you put the mirror powder in there, say, then when you put that mirror powder in, then have I got anything here? Yeah, so look here. So look, with this ink, if I add this crafting license in, I add it on this one. See, the profit goes to minus 159. So CraftSim takes it into account because I'm not going up a rank. All it's doing is adding the cost of the license onto the craft, so it's gone down to 159. So CraftSim takes this into account. So you can just get them and just chuck them in and see if it makes it turn a profit or not. It makes it really easy. It's one thing that I definitely do use CraftSim for because the maths involved generally on these things is a pain in the ass. For a lot of stuff, I do it myself and I don't do CraftSim, but that is one thing for finishing materials and optional materials and all that sort of stuff, definitely use CraftSim for that. It takes it all into account, makes it nice and easy for you. 100 million, so it becomes a series instead of one video. Yeah. 0 to 100 million will become a series, but I might do a 0 to gold cap again at this point in the expansion because it's harder to make gold. And that might turn into a mini series. Or I might do, and if I did that, it would be more of a case of trying to play like a regular player and do it. If I did a 0 to 100 million gold series, it would be starting from 0 with one character, but doing whatever I want and not trying to play like a regular player. So I don't know. I don't know which would be better, to be honest. The thing is, it's just time. It's those sort of series take a lot of effort. And I'm already struggling to put content and stuff out now. There's probably people have noticed that the amount of videos coming out have just gone down and down. But I can't. When the expansion comes out, I can keep it up for a while, putting out a lot of videos, but I can't keep it out long term because it's just like you have to bounce work and job and all that sort of stuff and life. So unfortunately, I just can't put as many videos out as I want to. And then doing something like the challenge obviously takes even more time. So that means even less videos that I'll put out for a while because time gets eaten up by that, unfortunately. Is 200k is good money to start crafting even with low numbers? If you mean like starting from 0 with 200k, then you're going to struggle to do anything. If you mean like regular crafting, concentration builds, that's great. You can set up loads, but for regular crafting, like at this, like you need to watch that video I put out yesterday about crafting a profit because you need this point. You need everything to have any chance of making gold. Like I have everything now on my crafters, and even then, profit margins can be tight, or you can even lose gold if prices go down, like I've done a bit this week because of the crash. So it's better just to run gathering professions and sell stuff on the auction house. I mean, if you're gathering stuff, you can't lose gold, but with crafting, you can lose gold. You're losing. It's costing you gold to set up. It's costing you time to set up, which means that time you could have been using to earn gold. But at the same time, you want some passive gold as well, which is why I like the concentration builds. Even if the profit margins are getting a bit crap. Not crap. I mean, it's still free gold, isn't it? It's just logging in and pressing a button. You can't really argue with that. Oh, what we're doing. It's just like having, it's like in WoW Classic, isn't it? Having lots of characters set up with transmutes, alchemy transmutes and stuff like that. Or tailoring transmutes in Burning Crusade, all that sort of stuff. It's just like having that for printing gold. Best alternative concentration build to enchanting. Watched all your videos, but hard to pinpoint what a good number 2 would be. Yeah, I think if I was to re-look at it, I'd probably do a dual crafting one, but a more generalized dual crafting one. So like if you've seen the engineering one where I do a more general build, maybe something like that, but with dual crafting so you could cover multiple gems. Because I think when the markets are going down a bit like this, it's nice to have that ability to adapt a little bit. Now, the original dual crafting build I did is fine because, it does its job. But having that ability, I mean, it'll cost a little bit more to set up, take a little bit more time to set up. But having that ability to, adapt and change what you are crafting think could probably be useful in the long term. Do you think it is worth to go into crafting profession, non-concentration builds this far into the expansion if you don't mind waiting a few weeks and a few 100k gold to set up properly? I mean, if it's something you are going to do for the whole expansion, then you will probably make enough gold out of it for it to be worth it. But what I'm saying is don't expect to be making loads and loads of gold because it's like I said, even when you're a bisque crafter, it's not there anymore. But you can still make gold from it. But like I'm going to read on the next comment because I've already read ahead. The next problem then is cancel scanning. And how you deal with that. Are you going to sit at the auction house all day and cancel scan? And if you over cancel scan, then you can be making a loss without even realizing you're making a loss from your deposit costs, which is something a lot of people don't take into consideration when they cancel scanning. Yeah, I've discovered the nightmare of cancel scanning while trying to unload engineering parts. Always seem to be at least one person sitting there all day undercutting with me. Yep. Welcome to selling, unfortunately. So when I'm posting, I try and post regular, but post fairly small amounts. Now, this is annoying when you cancel scanning because you end up with like 100 odd things to cancel, which you can't cancel all of them at once. But it means you're not getting ridiculous deposit costs. And it means you can just keep spamming as well. You can spam more if you want to. You can go really aggressive on your post scanning if you really want to sell. What are we at? Oh, 1.6 mil an hour. That's not bad for this time of day. Do you think markets will go up? Yesterday I made 400 flasks and barely make even with full multi-craft and resourcefulness build. Yep. Well, you've got to hope prices don't carry on crashing. In that case, like I said, they have made a small recovery, so hopefully not. What's the second best profession build for concentration builds? I think we just talked about that, didn't we? Is there good add-ons for crafting? Yeah, Craft Sim for most people. Really got a stagger post instead of cancel scanning. Yeah, that's what I like to do. Just put a lot of... But if you want to aggressively post scan, you can. Just don't do it with large numbers. Just do a little bit of time onto the market. I should have de-aggroed him. Where's that hurt? These though, I've not sold these before. The Potion of Unwavering Focus. But they were popping up at rank 2. They were popping up at a decent profit margin, so I thought I'd give them a go. They seem to be selling quite well, to be honest. I've reached a point of crafting rank 2 Alchemy Chaos Blast with rank 1 mats on my main, but the profit margin is just under 30 gold per craft, and honestly, I don't have the patience for that. Yep. That's the problem, though. Someone's always willing to do it for 30 gold a craft. Someone's probably willing to do it for 20 gold a craft. And if you're not, then... Yeah, I mean, hopefully when you're on unlock rank 3, it'll be worth doing now. How are we doing with this week aura? 39, 26. Chipping away. Let's move. Well, I could just drag that down there, yeah. Make that small again. That's fine, it shows up properly now. If you had to farm gold from zero all over again, did mining herbring would be a great gold making thing to do. I mean, it's a good way to start because you know everything you're going to farm is going to sell. And you know you can get a reasonable gold per hour. Not an amazing gold per hour, but a reasonable gold per hour. So you can't really go wrong with it. But on top of that, it is also a nice way to get art and security at the moment as well, which is what I'm doing on this character, just farming some art and security. It's making 10 to 30k gold per day with 250k gold considered good profit. So what you got, like 10% profit margin. I mean, it depends what you mean per day. If you're crafting something that's taking you 5 minutes, putting it on the auction house and selling it, and that's all you're doing for that day, that's fine. If you're spending all day crafting and that's all you're making, then, well, yeah, it's not worth it then, is it? Just got a new character to 80, currently got enchanting concentration set up. Would you still recommend alchemy a second or should I go with something else? I mean, it's completely up to you. Depends how much you want to spend and how much hassle you want. Because that's exactly what alchemy is. It's expensive and it's hassle. The other ones are just so much easier. But yeah, at least you've got enchanting already because that's definitely number one. I've taken to just before bed. I will list multiple lots at varying prices I've seen through the day as long as it's profit. Wake up in the morning, everything's sold. I mean, also, what's your preference on gathering? Deafness, precision, or other one slips my mind. I think it's people. What you're saying there is sort of right. People do worry too much about trying to sell things there and then. You can just chuck stuff on the auction house, and it will sell overnight a lot of the time. And I'm not pushing as hard as I was when profit margins weren't great. So I'm not spending as much time crafting now as I was before. Right, grab that. Oh no, everything's falling apart, guys. Need to sort these wires out one day. On the to-do list. What about cooking? Is there any chance to make any gold there for casuals, or is it better just to sell mats and not bother? It. The thing is you if you want to make gold off it, I'm sure you can make gold off it. But once again, you're going to make gold off it by having a BIS setup. So you need to level to 100, which isn't cheap. You need to get the rare profession tools and spend all the gold on those. So yeah, you can make gold, but oh shit. Oh, I didn't just swear. Like with every profession, you need to have everything. I hate these things. Just die from them all the time, not paying attention. So yeah, you can make some gold off it, I'm sure. Although I haven't tried it out for a while. But once again, is it worth the amount of gold you're going to make from having the full setup? If you just mean like using the meats and stuff that you get from playing the game and turning them into something, then no, it's not worth it. Stolen. Oh crap, crap, crap. No, we'll hide. Making alloys, sniping good prices on mats since they fluctuate like crazy. That's like 15 minutes craft. Well, the thing is, if it's only taking you 15 minutes to do it, and you're getting like 25k gold off it or something, then it's like 100k gold an hour, isn't it? And that's fine. Especially at this point in the expansion. Hey, do you think the gem price will increase again in the future? Probably. It might. I mean, at the moment, the drop at the moment is probably a bit of a freak occurrence. It will probably bounce back a little bit because it usually does sort of every Tuesday. But it's not going to go back to the price that it was a month ago, if that's what you mean. Can we get a cat camera to do list? She sat there, isn't she? You can see her. I can see the black one. She's just there. Whenever I'm streaming, usually though, because all the wires and stuff are down here, she's usually just attacking everything because she's not getting attention. She's had so much attention today, but as soon as you stop giving her attention, she just doesn't like it at all. Um, I just list my concentration crafts on the auction house before going to work each morning, and if they aren't sold when I get back, I just relist. Yeah, I mean, that's especially true for concentration crafts because you're not too worried about having to sell it quickly because it's not like you're continuously crafting and trying to sell it. You're only making something every 2 days and not in usually particularly high quantities. So some of my concentration stuff, I list it like not even at the bottom price. Like if it's something's at 10k, I might put it on at like 13, 14k or something like that. If it doesn't sell, then you're not as bothered because you're only trying to sell like half a dozen or something. But a lot of the time they do sell, especially if you list it, just before reset. Go away. Haha, saying them TNT ores are the bane of my existence. Yeah, they're just freaking annoying. Just annoying. Like there should be a thing to just so it just doesn't damage you or something. Just chuck it anywhere. Fine, is that done? Is it going to stop? I haven't even got. Not even got a spec. Not even got a spec set up. No wonder I'm dying so easy. Oh, now it's making me do them again. Come on. The low drop cartel got the supply low. The supply on low drop at the moment now is nuts, isn't it? It's like hundreds of thousands on the auction house again, isn't there? Where's that herb? There are a lot of people who cancel scan 18 hours a day. If I post at the current price, they wouldn't let it sell. Only way to sell it is to cut their profit and let them buy me out. Hey, as long as you're making enough gold that you're happy with, then it's fine. Because a lot of these people that aggressively cancel scan will whisper you and say things like, "Oh, well, you're cutting the profit margins for everyone," and it's just bollocks because they're the only ones that are selling because they're the ones that are aggressively cancel scanning. So when they say that, all they mean is they're cutting profit for themselves. They just don't like it. But as long as you're happy with the profit margins you're getting, then put away. Where's this one? Oh, another. Come on, quick, quick. Just started watching your videos recently. Found the Cyphers video is still profitable. The same build, I think, can make Greenwood staffs, which I can use for DE shuffle, but Codify feels hard to pin down. You mean the Greenwoods? Yeah, Codified Greenwoods. I've not crafted a lot of these. I've always concentrated on the Cyphers. But it's got a profit margin at least. Maybe I should have a look at this. What I do need is I need to get in back crafting now. But I mean, the video wasn't just about creating the ciphers and stuff like that. The video was about, you know, getting all the stuff in a profession that gives you multi-craft and resourcefulness, because it works for any profession. But I know obviously people have just copy and pasted that build, which is fine. I knew that would happen when I made the video, but people would have made more gold if they went and did it on the other professions instead of just exactly copy and pasting what I did. This last reset was weird on EU with the market crashing on all enchants. It was same on US as well. Yeah, it happened both sides. Yeah, very odd for it to drop so much. Lurdrup rank 2 is down to 63k from 215k peak yesterday. I don't usually look at Lurdrup. What? There's only 32k rank 1 Lurdrop. Right, just a minute. Just a minute. That Lurdrop, that's getting low. Only 50k rank 1 Lurdrop. Rank 2 Lurdrops, 51 gold. 53. I'm going to reset. I need to, well, not reset. If I need to buy it up, I need to buy them both because the price in the rank 2 is so low. And that is a big wall to get through. That's 80,000 lure drop there. The issue is the price of the rank 2s has come down so much that I need to buy them both out because people just switch to rank 2s if the rank 1s aren't. I'm gonna leave it a bit longer, but I might go back to that later. The quantity involved has really gone down quickly though, hasn't it? It's one word in it. One word. Graph is just up and down all over the place. That was last Friday though. I don't know if to buy that now while the price is. I think it's too much to buy though. I don't want to buy 100,000 with how the market is at the moment. I can use the 100,000, but it'll take me a long time to use the 100,000. And if someone just puts another 100,000 on the market, I think about it. Rank 3 healing pots have had some crazy margins past few days, just a pain to sell. Yeah, that's I noticed that on the US as well. That has definitely been my biggest profit margin the last couple of days. But yeah, like you said, they're not the fastest sellers. Why? There's so many of these dynamite ones. I didn't hear any buzz about boundless ciphers before launch. Major props to finding that market. It, the thing is, it's not a particularly. I mean, yeah, I mean the boundless ciphers was a good target, but the main thing that people weren't concentrating on is people cared about was rank 3 crafting, and that was it. I didn't hear anybody say, "Oh, let's do this for rank 2 crafting" or "this for rank 1 crafting." All people cared about was about rank 3 stuff, and that was the main thing I was trying to get across in that video. That you can make gold from other stuff. You don't have to be crafting rank 3s to make gold. And in fact, I'd actually say you make more gold not crafting rank 3 stuff in a lot of situations. Maybe not currently. Like rank 3 crafts at the moment are probably rank 3 stuff's probably better at the moment, but sort of a couple of weeks ago, rank 2 stuff was definitely better. I've made a boatload of cash with inscription by doing missives. It's been crazy. I've not touched missives, so I've not tried it out. I hate it when that happens. A herb just disappears in front of you. Why is that? How have I got so much left? Right, let's just buy another 1,000 of that for now. Finish crafting those off. I feel a squeeze coming on, not worth. Haven't touched the inscription myself. What would you recommend for concentration? Vantus runes. I mean, Vantus runes were fine. So some people are telling me that contracts are still selling, which really surprised me. But if it's true, then they're pretty good. But the only problem with the contracts, of course, is that you need to one, have the reputation, which shouldn't be too hard. But the second point is you need to buy it, so that requires more arts and security. But if it works, it works. But if I were to go back and look at concentration build on inscription now, I might put, like I said, do a more general one. So do one where you've got, rather than going deep into one of these, do one where all your points are here instead in these two. Now that means that you're going to have less plus skill, so you're going to need more knowledge, which means a bit more effort, but it means you can also make any of these. You can make Vantas, you can make missives, and you can make contracts. So you can do whichever one's selling well. And then obviously if you have any knowledge left over, whack it in multitasking. How much gold do you have? About 1.1 billion, but I'm not exactly sure. I'm still waiting to do a count. I'll probably do the count when I've done this mailbox opening. But this is going to be quite a big mailbox opening, even by my standards. I was trying to see how high I could get on a mailbox opening, because it's been a while since I've actually tried to do a big mailbox opening. I did one that was like 120 million the other day, but that's not that's fine, but it's not a particularly big one. I've done that loads of times. Try to really push this time, see what I can make on a single mailbox opening. When I do that and that mailbox is empty, then I can probably have a look at actually how much gold I've got. But I've spent quite a lot on WoW tokens as well. But now's the time to be spending on WoW tokens while the price is good. And when you've got 10 accounts, pay them for you want to pay for them for the whole expansion. It's a lot of WoW tokens. Wouldn't have to reset price of pots flasks that require low drop too. No, because I'm not going to buy flasks and stuff when that's what I craft. All you do is just wait for them to sell out. Just buy the stuff up, and if I bought all that lure drop out, I would craft it, but I would craft stuff that I probably wouldn't sell till Tuesday. I wouldn't sell the majority of it till Tuesday. The idea is just to keep the price of the potions high enough just to give me a good profit margin on them. Let me have it. How far off your billion gold are you at this point? Oh, I've gone past a billion gold a while ago, like a year ago. Bro is the World of Warcraft's Andrew Tate. Oh, I don't know about Andrew Tate. Anything good in engineering to make gold? Concentration wise, there's a couple of things. Some of the tinkers. Crafting wise, I think a lot of people are making gold off parts, but like somebody said earlier, and I've heard it multiple times before, the cancel scanning on the parts is a nightmare because a lot of people are doing it because it's a really obvious choice of what to do with engineering. How many points do you have in the alchemy tree? I've got loads, but when's the flask way? So still not able to make profit for it soon, maybe. How many points have I got now? So I've got 55, 105, 145. That's 175 with 22 to go. So I've got what? 197. And I've got 197 and I still have catch up on my Patreon orders available. But it's not giving me any. So even I've not got anything, and I've got nearly 200 knowledge at this point, and I've not managed to pick it all up, as you can see. Otherwise, I wouldn't have catch-up available. Any guide about what you are doing now? All I'm doing at the moment is crafting on 2 characters, selling on 1, and farming art and security on the other. Although I'm not farming particularly fast because these things seem to be taking ages to drop. What do you do with all that gold? Absolutely nothing, basically. It is my Mythic Plus score, is a nice way to put it. Or occasionally use it to make more gold. 2.6 mil an hour. What's selling so much here? I wasn't expecting to be. Thought it was going to be pretty crappy at sales today, but that's pretty nice. Get rid of these. I have been on Missive Market since launch, and it ain't that good. Depends on the day. Well, it's like that with pretty much everything at the moment, unfortunately. But I thought it would have done well right at the start. You know, with lots of profession tools and stuff like that getting crafted. Thought it would have done quite well there. How much gold per hour the potion crafting made? I don't know the gold per hour at the moment. Even the profit margins are pretty crap. Mostly this is crafting up. This is stocking up for reset. I'm not going to sell all these potions today. That's for sure. Because the current prices are a pretty crappy profit margin. Barely any profit margin whatsoever. Yeah, the main thing is just to make sure I've got enough to sell on Tuesday. Right. No mats, no make add-on. That shows your rewards and mats needed for patient orders without hovering. Oh, yeah. The thing is, I try and keep my add-ons to an absolute minimum because normally when I'm playing, I know I've only got 4 accounts open here, but it's quite normal for me to have 8 or even 10 accounts open. So if an add-on is something that's not going to make that much difference, but yeah, I imagine that's quite a lightweight add-on, so might be worth looking at. Like, I wouldn't normally have weak auras installed, definitely. But I'm just using it for this one particular weak aura for now because I'm doing stuff with it and investigating stuff, potentially for videos. And so I need it at the moment, unfortunately. Because I know weak auras can be horrible on the amount it eats up. Oh, where's that? Stop throwing stuff at me once I've... Have you tried to reset the market on a region-wide item yet? If so, have you been successful? I was tempted to reset the jeweled setting market, but it would take too much of a risk that I'm willing to take. Resetting markets on items doesn't usually work. You will generally make a loss on it. Unless, you know, you have a real... It just doesn't work very often. I've done it before where, like you've seen with flasks and stuff like that, where you take out the materials that go into the flasks and let the flasks sell out. But I would never buy the flasks because I think that's like if it was that easy, then everyone would be making millions of gold off it all the time. And I know people make videos saying, "Oh, just do this, you'll make millions." But if it was that easy, everyone would do it and everyone would have millions. And it's not that easy. It doesn't work like that. As soon as you buy everything out and the price goes up, of something, people will just craft more of it. Because you've just, literally by doing that, you've just put the profit margins on that thing through the roof. So everyone will be like, oh yes, thank you very much. I've just sold, made loads of gold. And now you've just given me crazy profit margins. You have to take out the stuff that goes into it. Because otherwise it just won't work. How underwater is that? Oh, come on. You are kidding me. Underwater and dynamite. I can probably just mine that from the top without a problem, but I'm not messing about with it. I'm not dying in the middle of nowhere for it. Surprise file of Bountiful Seasons hasn't switched over to resourcefulness yet. Yeah, I do keep checking that as well. Obviously, it'll make a big difference when that... Thank you for saying that. I'm not using that again. Usually you guys are screaming at me when I'm not using that. Reminded me about that. After what happened this Tuesday, I'm scared to stock up, but that's probably what most are thinking now, which means it's probably best to stock up now. Well, the prices are definitely sneaking back up again, slightly. But it only takes one person. You just don't know how much stuff people are sat on. But it would take a fairly dramatic... Come on, go away. I think the prices will probably go up again on Tuesday. Which is why I'm stocking up. I'm not crazy stocking up, like I have done in previous weeks, because like you said, it is a bit more risky, but I'm sure it'll be fine. Right, you can sit there for the minute. How much is your resourcefulness on your alchemy build? 13% resourcefulness, 17% multi-craft, but that's without the potion spillover buff. It would be much higher with that. How are we doing on 2.5 an hour? What are we selling out of? We are selling out of rank 3 boundless ciphers. So we need to make some more rank 3 boundless ciphers. Those are sold quick. So we need the inks. So we need check prices. Let's check prices on. Oh god, that's horrible. Uh, 246. That's fine. So that's about what it was at before. That's like 20 gold. So that's about what it was before. That's fine. There's actual profit on rank 3 boundless ciphers at the moment. That is nice. Right, so let's... So we're making a load of ink. So we buy 10,000. That's going to be 2.5 million. And then buy 20,000. Tidy 3 million gold profit. Tidy 3 million gold investment. Yeah, I can't wait till I can make these pigments on my own. Don't like buying other people's pigments. I don't like doing that at all, but don't really have a choice. I wish Blizzard would put something in the game so I don't have to keep buying these freaking ridiculous things at 50,000 a time. How many ciphers do you post each time? I think it's 20 or 25, something like that. It's not a large amount. Hey, so K-Check, what crazy things do you think you'll do this expansion? I was thinking about something like reset regions, alchemy catalyst, like you did in Dragonflight. Yeah, I mean that worked quite well. But if I tell you if I'm going to do anything crazy, I can't tell you now, can I? You just have to see the video when it comes out. I was hoping the new transmoggy stuff would be rarer, but it's just so common. The new bind on equip transmog stuff, so I can't really do anything with that. It's too easy to get, which is disappointing. Right. Oh, made a mistake. Faustner. I forget I don't need all rank 3 stuff because I did a race change. It actually barely makes any difference, but 9-1, but I mean that's still saying it's a loss, which is great, just what we need. Can we see your herbalism and mining spec? So my herbalism mining spec, this is the best herbalism and mining spec you're ever going to see. 0, 0, 0. It's not a mining and herbalism character. All I'm trying to do on this character is farm these weekly. Do you know these catch-up items you get? You're farming these, but these are giving you art and security. So I'm seeing how much art and security I can get on a fresh character by using some of the catch-up mechanics. So you think that's like nearly what? That's over 500 art and security there. No, it's not. It's over 200, about 300 art and security there. But I can still farm another, 20. There's another over like 350 art and security there to be farmed. So I'm just basically investigating stuff. Right. Grab some more. Grab some more stuff for some more crafting here. So we want 30,000 of these. Yeah, I mean, that's definitely gone. So what's that up to? That's up to 52. Yeah, it's gone up 4 gold just since I bought the last load. That's at 43. Oh, that's actually just the same. It's just lure drop that's sneaking up a little bit in price. But I just don't want to overcommit with how the market is. It's just a bit risky. Just a bit risky. Right. Right, let's grab some more. Grab some more of those. What add-on is stack buying? It's called Buy 'em all, I think. Buy 'em all, yeah, absolutely essential. It's the most important add-on in the world if you do an inscription. It's like impossible to play without it, basically. Is there a chance we can get the XL? The XL's useless, honestly, unless you're exactly the same spec as me. What do you spend your gold on? Do you buy boosts sometime? I have been tempted to like get a world first, like from Echo or something like that, and be one of the first people boosted. I asked about it before, and I think it was like 20 million gold last expansion when I asked to be like the first people boosted through Mythic. But like, I just don't get time to play the game anymore properly. So a boost doesn't really serve any purpose to me, unfortunately. Thanks for buying my lure drop. Oh, that's fine. You keep chucking it on there. I'll keep buying it. You have the KP week aura. Does it show the catch-up knowledge? Yeah. So Manfius has got a video on it. It's a really good video that explains everything really well. But this is the catch-up one here. That one where it says plus 23, and this one there that says plus 36. Now, if you've got the week aura, it turns green like this, but you have to do the weekly stuff first. So you have to do the weekly handing quest, and you have to do the get the treasures as well before they start dropping. Not the treasures, your weekly drops that you normally get. So you have to do that first, and then these will start dropping. But obviously, it's not just a knowledge farm; it's an artisan security farm as well. So you're doing two things at once, basically. Here we go. Got another one. How do you manage to get rank 2 potions with rank 1 herb? Can we see the specialization? It's just loads and loads of plus skill. I've got all that, and that's the most important one because you get plus 2 skill from that one, and that's for the secondary stats. But you just need lots and lots of knowledge points. That's all you need. I could do this ages ago, so I can't remember exactly when I could do it. But I think it was before I even had this one full. I think I had this full and this partially full, and then I could do it. I don't think that 47 gold craft is particularly accurate, though. I think it's less than that at the moment, to be honest, with current prices. I usually think Craft Sim's underestimating the profit, but in this case, I think it's actually probably overestimating it. Got banned for doing the enchanting shuffle starting from ground zero again. Any suggestions? You shouldn't get banned from doing, like, the amount of shuffling I've done. Yeah, I did get banned, but I didn't get banned for that, did I? And there's loads of people that have shuffled and have not got banned. There's loads of people that have done much worse than shuffling and not got banned. So I'm sure you did not get banned for doing the shuffle. Because the amount of people that have done it now is just like ridiculous. Grab that one. With TSM window, you can bulk buy from vendors too. Didn't know that. I don't use TSM for buying anything now. Just use it for listing and for warehousing. Oh, for warehousing, it's so useful. I can't believe more people don't use it for warehousing. It's so good. Characters like this character, all it's done is try to get mining and herbalism knowledge since level 70, and it's now level 74, and it's still only halfway done. Is it going to get to level 80 before it's even got all the catch-up knowledge? That's going to be crazy. At least you buy the mythic mounts before it gets to 1% drop chance, right? No, because I don't really collect anything in the game anymore. Because like if I tried to mount collect, I wouldn't be able to. I wouldn't have time to do the other stuff I do. So I just don't particularly collect anything besides gold, which I occasionally spend whenever Blizzard bring out something that's worth spending on. How many monitors do you use? I've got 2 monitors up. And when I'm normally playing, I would normally have accounts on both sides. But obviously, when I'm streaming, I can't really show you that very well. And secondly, when I'm streaming, I won't be able to do that anyway. So when I'm streaming, I tend to limit myself to four, sometimes 5 accounts. Why is that come? Oh, someone's thingied it. I didn't realize I could mine it as well if someone overcharged it. I'm selling enchanting scrolls thousands per day and crafting, always saving my precious cash or something that gives me wrong calculations. So for every bulk, I calculate everything myself. Yeah, the vast majority of stuff I calculate myself as well, but I don't suggest most people do that because I imagine most people calculate it wrong. So for craft sim is probably better for most people. But I personally would just rather do it myself for most stuff. Even I use craft sim for some stuff. I level all my alts from 70 to 80 strictly by herbing and mining. I don't quest at all. I generally get to level 70, 78 or 79 when I finally get caught up with the catch-up knowledge. Oh. Yeah, because I imagine it slows down and your leveling speed slows down, doesn't it? So, and then when you get to there, by the time you've done that, you can craft your way the rest of the way anyway, can't you? Because you can get about that much experience just from first-time crafts. Any advice for someone wanting to get into gold making for the first time seriously? Gather till you've got gold, concentration builds till you've got loads of gold, and then if you want to do some crafting, then play with it. But don't over invest your time and gold into it because it's fairly crappy at the moment, unfortunately. Your recent video, oh, I'm falling behind on chat again. There's loads of you in here again. Your recent video was really helpful explaining to it, but I'm I'm too dumb to put my brain around it. But just get bis everything and craft everything yourself if you can. I mean, I just buy a boost, the last boss for the mount. Last one was 3.3 mil. Yeah, towards the end of the expansion, it gets quite cheap. How do you know how much catch-up is left? You can see here, so you can look at what the catch-up item's called. So I've got deep grove roots. I can get 22 more of those from herbalism, and I can get 36 more null silvers from mining. You just need to know what it's called, what the catch-up item's called, and then you can figure it out from there. And that's each time I get one, that number's going to go down. See, so that's just gone down from 36 to 35. As I've got one more. Do you have a spectral tiger or magical rooster? I would definitely want to make enough gold to get magical rooster. No, don't have either. Although I have been tempted to buy them before, but not because I want them myself. But they used to be a really good investment because the price on them goes up really well. Do you have to finish campaign on every WoW account, or is it all combined? Everything's combined nowadays, which is nice. What's the best way to make gold at the moment? Just lost 600k because I gambled on Bismuth prices, and 600k is a lot for me. Well, the best way to make gold is to not lose it by gambling, I suppose, to begin with. If you want to farm, farm. If you want a profession, concentration. Like I've said a few times, don't worry about crafting because it's just margins are just crappy. It's really crappy at the moment on most stuff anyway. The odd thing gets a little bit a little bit profitable every now and then, but there's even, I mean, it's so much risk with crafting now anyway. Like when the prices really drop, and then you got a decision: do you sell at a loss, at a small loss, or do you hold it and hope the prices go back up again? Because there's no easy answer because nobody's got the answer. People might tell you they've got the answer as to what's going to happen, but they don't. They're talking bollocks. Oh, thought that was a freaking. Thought that was a node. He looks like a node, doesn't he? Does your eyes okay? No, my eyes are going to be screwed later on in life because of how I play this game. What's your alchemy margins right now? Have 195 unspent alchemy knowledge points, and I'm undecided on where I should spend them in potions or alchemy or glass. The profit margins at the moment are terrible. So I'm probably selling it like at these current prices. So what we're selling at tempered pots at 95, I'm probably making about 5 gold a potion at those prices. But I'm not really bothered about. I'm not seriously trying to sell at this price. I'm mostly just saving up for Tuesday, and that's when I'm hoping to make the gold. Really, I don't expect the prices to go back up to 130 or anything like that they were before. But if they go up to like 110, 120, something like that, then I'm not going to argue with that. That will do me as far as a profit margin is concerned. I don't craft anything. Too confusing for me. I've watched all your videos. I still can't figure it out. So I just make gold selling stuff I used to level up. Hey, as long as you're making gold and you found a way for you to make gold, that's all you need. I just try and give everybody as many options as possible, and the easiest options possible anyway. Yeah, the drop chance on these catch-up items, it started really good, but it seems to get lower and lower as you get closer to being caught up, from my experience. Because to begin with, I was getting one like every 2 or 3 nodes. It just seems to have slowed down a lot since then. The import string on the knowledge point weak chorus is wrong, way too long, doesn't work. What am I doing wrong? I've got no idea, because for me, I just copy and pasted the link off Mampius's video and it worked fine. Yeah, I had no issues. I just installed it like a copy import string like a normal WeCorer and it just worked fine. Wait, so you've linked all your accounts, so you only have to do the main story once. It's all on the same Battle.net account. So most people, when they have a second account, it's going to be on the same Battle.net account. So it's the same. Like if you create another account now, it would be on your same Battle.net account. It would have most of the progress of your main account for certain stuff. Hey man, first time in the stream. Your videos have been really entertaining and informative. Well, thank you. I'm glad they're helpful. Hopefully you've made some gold off it as well. What add-on are you using for the KP? Sorry if I've answered this a few times. Right. Just a minute. Let me find the video. That's Manfius's video, and it's in the WeCore is in the comments in that video. But he also explains about all the catch-up knowledge and stuff in that as well. Not just for gathering, but for the crafting professions and stuff like that as well. So it's a good video. And he hasn't wrote make millions in the title either, which is another massive bonus. But Mampius isn't like that. Anyway. Are you doing skinning too for the art and security or just mining, herb and enchanting? I'm probably not going to do skinning simply because I won't get into a group because I've got like 180 item level. And I'm definitely not doing it solo. So ideally, if you're doing this properly and you had a proper character, then yeah, you'd join a skinning group and just blitz through it. But I'm not going to bother with it, unfortunately. As long as I can do most of it, just to see what it looks like. I'm just curious more than anything how much you can get. Well, I mean, flipping is basically guesswork, but we can make estimated guesses from information and draw conclusions from that. I mean, when you're flipping something that's craftable, on the region-wide auction house, you have very, very little time to sell before the market is just going to get flooded again. I think most people that try it are going to lose gold from it. Where's that? I wonder what the best semi-AFK gold per hour method is. I work from home. I mean, you probably want some sort of crafting one. But once again, it's whether you can find someone that's got profit margins on it. Because this, like the inscription works okay, but if you want something that's running all the time, I think you're going to struggle to find anything in the current, how things currently are in this economy. Hey K-Check, are you an actually billionaire? Well, a billionaire in the game. I am not a billionaire in real life. I can assure you of that. Although that is combined across the EU and the US, by the way. So I'm not actually a billionaire on either the EU or the US. But combining all my gold on the EU and the US, then yeah. But that's why we can do giveaways and stuff, isn't it? That's what we were doing this time last week, wasn't it? Giving away that 10 million gold. How many billion in WoW you got to have be a millionaire in real life? Well, unfortunately, gold in the game doesn't equal money in real life, does it? It doesn't help at all, unfortunately. It would be nice if it did. What's the catch-up knowledge point add-on call, please? Just click on Mampus's video. It's a week aura. It's linked in his video. Oh, yeah, somebody else has said it anyway. Is it still a thing that if you mill rank 1 herbs, you get less rank 2 pigments when you reach that breakpoint? I've got no idea because I've not gone into pigments yet. And some of the reason I chose to do pigments last was because of that exact reason. Because that's an absolutely bizarre thing, and I've not tried it out since. But that is why I decided to put my points into pigments last. Because that was just it was just weird. Right, how much of this we got left? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Need some more. My calculations seem to have been miles out there for some reason. Don't know what's going on. Are you really making 47 gold per craft for 10 potions? I'm making like 10 gold per craft with same setup. I must just have more multi-craft and stuff, but I don't think I am actually making that. I don't think I'm making 47 geocraft. And if you're making 10 gold a craft, isn't that risky even making them? Shattering Gleaming Shard, best for AFK gold. Not tried it properly. I haven't got bits in it, so I can't comment. But if other people are saying it's good, then I thought that market would have been saturated because it's not a hard one to get into, really, is it? K-Check, give me 1 million gold, please, for Professional Alchemy. No. Do you stream on Twitch as well or just on YouTube? I only do it on YouTube at the moment. Simply because I haven't been back to streaming for long. That's something I might do eventually. Like a lot of things. Right, let me see what's happened with that. I didn't want to sell at that price. Just weren't paying attention. Do you know when you've got so many auctions at once, trying to cancel an auctions is a nightmare. Just do a cancel scam. Yeah, I didn't want to sell the rank 3 boundless ciphers at that price. Just weren't paying attention. It's not a loss or anything. It's just I didn't want to drop the price by 300 gold, particularly. Sometimes if someone does that, if they're just whacking the price down by that much, then you may as well just walk away and hope it goes back up, because it will do a lot of the time. If I had 1 million USD worth of gold, I'd be on G2G instantly. The problem is, people that talk about selling gold, you can't sell in huge quantities enough for it to be worth it, even if you wanted to. So, like, there's no way I could sell 1 billion gold because there's just not a demand for that amount of gold. So, even if it's something you wanted to do, and most people who are gold makers won't want to do it anyway, then you might be able to find someone that wants to buy, you might be able to sell 10 million. What, are you going to risk 1 billion gold to sell 10 million? And your accounts and everything else, it's just not worth it. Makes sense to me. This is my first expansion that I've actually gotten into gold making. First month, I assume, are mostly the same for most expansions. What is typical most profitable mid to late season? It can vary. I mean, when it comes to gold making, the best way of making gold is right at the start of the expansion. And then the next best time to make gold is when a new major patch comes out, when you have a new zone or something like that, because there'll be new stuff coming into the game. And that's what you basically need. You need new stuff because everything else gets saturated so quickly. So we don't know what it's going to be like mid to late expansion yet, unfortunately. But I imagine it'll just be like it can't get much The profit margins can't get much worse than they are now because they're just so low at the moment. Like it's barely worth crafting half the time, which is why I probably will be stepping away from it soon. Because it gets to a point where it's just not worth the effort anymore when you can do other stuff to make gold instead. I have the gold cap now. I need to snack them out. I assume you mean the Butosaur? When did you get into gold making? I got into gold making in BFA purely to get the Brutosaur mount for no other reason than there was nothing else to do in the game at that point. And then I just kept going once I had it and never stopped. And I did carry on raiding and stuff for a while, but as soon as I started making content and gold making, then you just do not have time to do other stuff in the game as well, unfortunately. Does anyone know of a good source for finding concentration builds to go into? Look at the pinned comment. There's loads of concentration builds there. If my math is correct, at €13 per token, you'd need 77 million tokens to reach 1 billion BattleNet balance. At current 270k price, you'd need around 21 trillion gold. It would affect the token price. It would send the token price absolutely nuts if you did that. That'd be insane. Absolutely insane. I should have got a bit close to that. So much faster if you get a bit closer. Dude, you farm alone the mats? No, I don't farm mats normally. This is farming arts and security. Everything I craft, I just buy off the auction house all the time. We've got 20 catch-up knowledge. 20. This just in, Billionaire WoW economist crash as well. Token down to 14 gold. Yeah, Blizzard would love it, wouldn't they? There probably is that demand. I've never sold WoW gold, but I sold PoE gold, and that's shit sell instantly. I assume WoW's a say. Yeah, I mean, there is a demand for it, but it's like, how long is it going to take? Let's say I wanted to sell all 1 billion gold. How long is it going to take you to offload all that gold? It's just not the amount of gold that's going to sell quickly. And you can guarantee your account's gone as well if you do it. After spending, what, nearly 20 years on an account. The only way you're going to do it is if you're going to 100% be walking away from the game. What's the add-on on the top left screen that's information you are mining in herbalism items? It's... let me link the video again. There you go. Check out Mampius's video. It's in the comments. It's the week or in the comments. But Mampius's video explains how everything works with it as well. Right, skip the ciphers. Do you prefer region-wide auction house or like it was before? As much as people hate the region-wide auction house, it is better than it was before. Like, can you imagine prices now if we didn't have a region-wide auction house? Like, people are moaning about prices of stuff at the moment. If we didn't have a region-wide auction house, prices would be absolutely crazy. And there would just be the odd person like me who's just transferring stuff across loads of different servers. At that point, you don't even need to craft anything. You just spend all your time buying stuff on some servers and selling it on others, which is something we did before, but we used to use character transfers to transfer the stuff. Like, you could buy, in ye old days, you used to just buy like a load of herbs, a load of whatever, and just take it to a lower population server from a high population server, where the price would be much higher, and you make a profit even after you've paid for the transfers with WoW Gold. You'd still make a decent profit off it. But obviously, they've got rid of all that now with the Warband Bank and everything being region wide. Out of curiosity, what is the total amount of gold you have liquid gold as of right now? As of right now, I'm probably not a billionaire, simply because I've got a couple of 100 million set up in this auction out in this mailbox. And last time I checked, I was about 1.1. So the fact I've got about probably 200 million sat in this auction house, sat in this mailbox, probably means I'm not technically a billionaire at the moment, as far as liquid gold's concerned, because it's all sat in here, or 200 million or so sat in there. But no, normally, the last time I checked, I've got about 1.1. Token price will be going up while season 1 is ending. Token price will tend to go up. Like, it will tend to come down at the start of an expansion, and then it's slowly going to go up through the course of the expansion, and it'll occasionally dip down whenever there's new content into the game, especially new season. But overall, it won't go back to the low that you get at the start of an expansion, which is why you should always just, if you want to buy your game time with tokens, with gold, do it at the start of the expansion when your farming's worth loads and the tokens are cheap. This video isn't available anymore. What? Eh? What has happened there? A minute. Right, I don't know. I don't know what's happened with that. There you go. I've just copy and paste it. I can click through the video, but I don't know why the link's not working. I remember heavy callus hides being 8k each for a long time on my server. Yeah, heavy callus hides was one of the ones I did it with a huge amount in Shadowlands. So servers like at that point I was playing on the EU, so servers like Kazakh and stuff like that, I would literally just empty the whole server out of heavy callus hides and move them to a different server. I remember at one point I did like 4 transfers from 4 of the high population servers. Just spending like ridiculous amounts of gold on these callus hides just to bring it all to one server to craft. Because there just wasn't enough on each individual server. But you don't want stupid stuff like that to be in the game, because it's just, it's just toxic. And the price of consumables and stuff like that on servers that aren't high population was just ridiculous. What's the most twisted thing I've ever done? That much, so much gold. Well done. How much gold in average are you gaining per day? Um, I mean, as far as from the crafting and stuff's concerned, I'm not making a huge amount from crafting, but from my regular auctions, which is stuff that I'm posting on all the servers, which I don't tend to do on stream because one, there's not a lot going on, but secondly, I need to do it on at least 8 accounts at a time. Then that's where I'm making most of my gold from, and that's what's probably making me sort of near enough 1,000,000 gold a day from that. Maybe a little bit less. It tends to be about 1,000,000 at the moment, and then when the expansion quietens down a bit, it tends to go down to sort of like 500,000 gold a day. But with those, I just list the auctions every 2 days and then go back and redo it when they expire. Because it takes about an hour and 20 minutes to do, and it's pretty boring. So how can you make the potion with profit 47G? Is now US Realms profit is minus 500 minus 100 gold per click. With bluff 10 item level, you buy res will. Well, are your stats the same as mine? 22% resourcefulness, 25% multicraft. If they're the same as mine, then the profit margin should be the same as mine. Using all rank 1 materials with those stats. If you've not got those stats, then you're missing something I've got, which is why your profit margins are lower. I don't know how you get tempered potion profit. I have the same setup and lose like 40 gold a craft according to Craft Sim. Are you on EU or US though? I don't know what it's like on the EU at the moment. Full. Why did he stop crafting? I'm farming since the War of In release and only have 7k gold. What you been farming? Like you couldn't have farmed that much to only have that amount of gold if that's all you've been doing is farming. That's like a couple of hours a week, I suppose. Are you posting on just any realm with a high minimum buyer, or do you faction in average time to sell? Do you mean on my like on this or on my regular auctions? On my regular auctions, I just sell stuff on every single server. Right. Do you think concentration alts are still worth setting up with the prices crashing? I think if you want, at least with the prices crashing, your cost to set up is lower. But obviously, it's not your time to set up's not lower, is it? So it's still costing you as much in that sense. So it's completely up to you. If it was just me and I was just wanting some passive gold, then I probably would still set it up. because it's over the course of the whole expansion, isn't it? We're only, even if the profit margins do go down loads, and even if they stay that low, over the course of the expansion, you're still going to make some, some half decent gold from it. Even if it does turn to be only, it turns so you're only getting like 3,000 gold a click or something like that. Like if you get 2,500 gold profit per craft and you got 2 professions, it's still 10,000 gold every time you use your concentration in if you do 2 crafts. Over the course of expansion, it's still a lot of gold. What makes people constantly underbid even if the item is selling well? Like someone will reset a market, the item will sell, but people still undercut large amount. What's the logic? I do this. Someone resets a market, say something's 500 gold and they reset it to 1,500 gold. If you have a lot of stock of something, then the price is not going to stay at say 1,500 gold for very long. So if someone resets a market and you have loads of stock, if you put if the price was 500 before, you put some on for like 800, then the person that's reset the market then is sort of forced to buy yours out at 800. And you're not going to put loads and loads on, you're just going to put enough on so he thinks, well, I've got to buy those out because I've reset the market. So then you've sold a load at 800 when before you were selling them at 500 at barely any profit margin. So he buys those out, and then you might put a load more on. You might put them at 800, you might put them at 800 or 900. And you just keep forcing the person that's reset the market to buy, but you want to buy out at much higher than what you're selling for before. You might say, oh, you can sell at 1,500. You could sell at 1,500, but if it was me, I would rather try and sell my whole stock for sort of 7, 8, 900 if it was 500 before to the person that's trying to reset the market than trying to cancel scan against 20 or 30 other people and sell for 1,500. The price will be back to 500 in no time, because that's what happens when you reset a market of something that's crafted. So just, if it's me, that's exactly what I would do in that situation. Is I would be trying to get that person that's reset the market to forcing them to buy my stuff much higher than it was before, but not like the 1,500. Because when you've done the reset and you're in that situation from your perspective, you've just paid a huge amount of gold to push the price up to 1,500 from 500. And someone puts like quite a lot on, but not a huge amount, 800. You're like, well, I've sort of got to buy that up now. Otherwise, that reset's worthless. So it's just a way of making the most gold possible out of the person that's done the reset. Yeah. As Ugly Slampig said, if someone reset a market, you won't sell any item if you're not always reposting. People are undercutting because they don't want to do that. If someone do that on the market, I reset, I put a fat stack at the same price I bought or lower to bait them and buy. Yeah, similar sort of thing as what I said. But I would go for a price that I'm going to make more gold on. So like I said, if it was 500 and they've gone to 1,500, I'd be looking at like 700, 750, 800, something like that. So they're paying me a decent profit margin. And you're still getting to sell all your stock, because you are really going to struggle to sell at that 1,500 price, because it is just going to be like a cancel scanning nightmare. And the price won't stay there for long. Are enchants region wide? Yes, enchants are region wide. Why have I ended up with so much lure drop left over? Right. Another 1,000 or so. Right, you get on with that. People can undercut by 1 copper and still be the lowest. I don't know why people undercut by way more on high demand items at least. People do it. It tends to be desperation from not being able to sell because people are cancel scanning too aggressively. Like some people are just idiots, but some people are just desperately trying to sell stuff and they can't sell it because people are just cancel scanning like mad. And it's okay to say why are they undercutting, but they're undercutting because if they don't sell anything, then not only are they getting no profit margin at all, but they're not selling at all, are they? So they've made a loss on whatever it is they've crafted. So people have to sell, and this is the problem when you cancel scan too aggressively. You push prices down because you force people to undercut. If everyone's selling a little bit, then prices don't tend to get pushed down as much because people don't have a reason to. People don't feel like desperate, like they have to do it. Do you think disenchant shuffling will be profitable again? It's not something I've done a lot of, but it's like all things, it'll go up and down. It's like I'm finding prospecting at the moment, it's going up and down a lot. Sometimes it's profitable, sometimes it's not. You just have to keep an eye on everything. It will be profitable at times. But like I said in my video yesterday, it's probably more profitable for somebody that's actually doing enchanting to do it. And using it as like a gathering profession sort of thing. Get your materials cheaper by doing it yourself rather than paying for someone else to do the shuffling. Assuming you're a best in slot shuffler, of course. Do you think it would be a good idea to make everything region-wide? Oh, do you mean like armors and stuff like that? Maybe could potentially work. It would be interesting with transmog and stuff like that. Because like at the moment, a lot of these transmog and stuff that I sell, I'm selling them on like, 150 servers. But if all that was region-wide, yeah, it'd be very interesting. I mean, it would definitely save me a lot of time listing my auctions. But it means you'd be cancel scanning like crazy for transmog, wouldn't you? It'd be weird. It would be a very weird system. But then again, we said that about the regions and stuff going up region wide, didn't we, to begin with? So, hey K-Chak, I've started to set up my alchemist following your recent guide. At what point will I be able to make rank 3 potions? I have 3 blue tools already, but miss skill points. You need to have every plus skill possible to make rank 3 potions. You need potent potions maxed out. You need alchemical mastery maxed out, and you need to max out every single herb that's in the potion you want to make. So for some potions, like the healing potions, you've only got 1 herb in it. So you only need to max out that herb. But if you're looking at like tempered potions, you've got 3 herbs in it, so you need to max out all 3. So like I've maxed that one out, I've nearly maxed that one out, and I just need to max that one out. So hopefully soon I can make the rank 3 lure drops. But that's what you need basically. You need every single point plus skill from the knowledge tree. Uh, 3007. So what do I need? 3,800, 7,200. That's an 800. 900. I think I need about 9,500, I think. Tell I'm tired. My maths is not doing great. I reset quite often. There's only 2 times it works well: when demand is through the roof or all competitors aren't there, asleep or busy elsewhere. Resetting always risky. Yeah. Yeah, the problem is if you reset when other people aren't there, that usually means demand's going to be low. But it could it could work because obviously you've got to do that sort of thing out of hours if you're going to do it like that. But yeah, I mean, there's potential there, but you're not going to be like selling like crazy. Yeah, if demand is absolutely crazy, then it can work as well, like you said, because then when people are crafting to put back into the market, it's just it's selling off what they're crafting. You're not getting a massive influx of supply into the market as such. Well, you are, but the demand is high as well. So that's evening out. Because what normally happens when you reset, the amount that's coming back into the market is just so high from everyone crafting. That's not doing that very well. Yes, before resetting, it's always smart to test a watch, check if other sellers are around and the sell rate at this time. Yeah, and whenever you reset a market, you know that whatever you're buying is only a fraction of what's on the auction, what's actually available. You can buy it all up, but there's probably that same amount again sat in people's bags and banks and stuff like that. So it is very much it's very much a gamble. And you've got to remember that you probably only hear about the successful ones. People don't tend to come out and brag when they've made a massive loss. See, it's just sort of hearing the good stories, and it makes it sound like something is a really, really amazing gold making, and it's not. It's crap. It's just that you've only heard a part of your story. I always think of it like the guy, that friend you've got that, you know, does a load of gambling and he comes and shows you what he's won at the weekend and he's won like a month's wages. He's like, oh, that's great, but why are you still working like 50 hours a week? And obviously they're still working 50 hours a week because they can't do it every weekend. It's just, you know, occasionally they're just hitting a jackpot. I have a controversial opinion on everything being region wide. How much more money does Blizzard make off players purchasing gold through Blizzard to buy overpriced auction house items? The region wide auction house makes prices significantly cheaper. It doesn't make them more expensive. The amount of gold that players are paying out, because you see, like, the only reason like tempered potions are 95 gold and not 150 gold is because of the amount of competition. If you took away 95% of your competitors, then the price is going to go through the roof. But because of the region wide auction house, there's just a huge amount of competition for all consumables and stuff like that. I wouldn't say that is a reason why Blizzard make more money. Now, you could say the amount of materials that they put into the enchants and stuff like that and the gems, because there's a ridiculous, like, you need 30 crushed gems and like 75 dust and stuff like that in some of these enchants and gems. So I would say that's more like Blizzard doing things to make money if you're thinking it from that perspective, as far as getting players to buy gold. But not the region wide auction house. That keeps prices low because it keeps competition high. Do you still craft ciphers? Yeah, I'm still crafting ciphers. In fact, I'm crafting ciphers this exact minute. Why do you think this crash on last reset happened? Like everything dropped in an instant. I don't know why it's dropped that much. Like, it does drop every week, and you see the drop every week after reset, but it doesn't usually drop that much. That was quite dramatic, and it makes you very cautious about overstocking or anything like that in the future. So I think I'm actually done with crafting potions for now. Now, normally I would craft a lot more. I'd probably craft twice as many more, but I'm just not going to take the risk. Like I said, I'd probably be walking away, coming away from. Yeah, that's. I've got quite a lot of tempered potions now, so I'm not going to go crafting any more of those. I mean, I could sell them all at 95 gold and I'm still making a profit, but not a profit that's probably actually really worth doing it for. What happened with the Gleaming Shard price since last week? The price was cut in half. Everything's gone. Everything's crashed in price. I was preparing enchants for reset. Luckily, was fast enough to sell off them all without a loss. Yeah, it's a problem. Anyone who didn't get everything sold off on reset day was left in a really crappy situation of having to get it done very quickly or make big losses, which is not nice when your profit margins are already, you know, really crappy as it is. It might have just been a case of, it must just be a case of oversupplying to the market, really. I mean, the region-wide items, I'm wondering if everything were region-wide, they would lose money on token buyers. What do you mean if um maybe not. So it's okay. Now obviously the prices on that stuff will go down, but then it's also available to more people as well. So people have conspiracy theories about the price drop. Law, like they're saying the amount of some items that's been dumped into the auction house couldn't be natural. Yeah, it's because people don't know what they're talking about. Everything is duped. Everything's bots. Everything's, there's a slightest behaviour they don't understand, and everything has to be some ridiculous reason. It's not a case of, oh yeah, there's a bit of oversupply into the market. It doesn't take much oversupply into the market to, completely screw over prices. Let me have a look at something. Where are we? So yeah, lure drop. So look, the amount of lure drop isn't any higher this reset than any other reset. The only spike we've got there has been come this weekend. But people saying it's an unnatural amount. Well, it's only 50,000. It's gone from 250,000 peak there to 300,000 peak there. That's not a massive difference, considering we're a week later into the expansion. So what we are, 850,000 there, 650,000 there, basically. So we're 200,000 higher. So yeah, there's more of it on the auction house than there was the week before. But it's not a ridiculous amount more. It's not like there's 2 or 3 times more on the auction house. 2 or 3 times more on the auction house. It's just over. It's just there's been more farmed, as there has been every week if you go through, near enough, and then the price has just dropped. Right, let's. I think I need to get my tailor on. Don't think we need the alchemy guy on anymore. We're going to load, or we're just going to crash again. Prepped 10 million 2 weeks ago and came out 15 million. Last week, prepped 20 million, came out 20 million, barely even broke even. Yeah, it's risky. It was the first reset after Race to World first finished, so maybe that's something to do with it. I'm sure there's some Russian warehouse full of computer running millions of WoW bots. Well, there probably is millions of WoW bots, isn't there? But there was probably millions of WoW bots the week before as well. It doesn't like they didn't suddenly get millions of WoW bots between the 2 weeks. I don't get how people sell these things cheaper than crafting costs. Just how many concentration crafters are there? That's probably a bit of my fault. Check Undermine Exchange for last expansion prices. The price behavior for uh, the war within is roughly the same as Dragonflight post race world first. So last expansions. We'll say rank 2 stuff because that was a default in that expansion, wasn't it? Let's go back to start of the expansion. So when did Dragonflight Season 1 release date? So Dragonflight Season 1 came out on the 13th of December. So imagine price over Christmas. My God, nobody's buying anything over Christmas, are there? There you go. That's a gold making video in itself. Logging on Christmas Day. Them prices compared to what they were before. So that starts really dropping off in January. Oh God, that's super cheap anyway, isn't it? Yeah, I mean, you can see that the prices do definitely drop. Is that WoW open yet or what? Oh, it's so slow. I'll open this again and it's going to open like 10 WoWs in a minute at once. Yeah, so we just hope that the prices don't just keep plummeting like they are doing. But I mean, we're still quite early in the season, so it should hold up a little bit. Oh God, that's really 369. What's my crafting cost on those at the moment? $289. Okay, that's fine. I've still got a profit margin there. I didn't realize my crafting cost had come down so much. Obviously, it's these numbers are just weird. You panic when you see it selling at 369. You think, oh, like am I selling under crafting costs? I'm not. I'm still selling at a decent profit margin. It's just that the price of the herbs is so ridiculously low at the moment. Oh no! Oh no! You dare! God, I do hate them things. I know I say that 10 times every stream, but for every region across both EU and US are kind of weird. A lot of people got the KP they needed with Thaumaturgy to equalise rank 1, rank 2 mats because they can turn rank 1 mats into rank 2 at profit. Yeah, well, I wish rank 2 mats were higher than rank 2, rank 1s. They were for a while, weren't they? And that's what was making me so much gold with my tempered pots, because I could craft them at rank 1, and most people are still using rank 2s. Right. Right. Oh god, that has come down in price. That is crazy. Just weird looking at some of these numbers. It just doesn't seem natural how much they've come down. But it's still not bots or duping. I mean, I'm still making bank with engineering and enchanting. I'm pretty stoked about that, to be honest. 3 million profit yesterday with those 2 professions and some odds and ends sales from flipping items. Yeah, I mean, if you're still making that's, I mean, that's awesome, really, to make a 3 million profit in a day at the moment. Personally, I think too many people stacked up on hopes and profiting off the price increase at reset. Market got overloaded, prices dropped, and then everyone else panic sold to save their profit. I mean, there is definitely that happens every week to some extent. Like the price goes down and people panic to sell. Cats. It's the cat, guys. She's attacking everything again. Oh, what you doing, kitty cat? What you doing, kitty cat? Yeah, so every reset, there's people with stuff left over, and they do panic to sell every single time. And that, I think, like you said, that's what brings the price down. It doesn't take much of that to happen to really bring prices down. And then with the material prices going down as well, because of the overstocking, because of the over sort of farming, like that's going to make people panic even more when they see the crafting costs coming down. Because if you've crafted 110 gold, and then the price of potions goes down to 100 and then 95, then you're really panicking then, because you're making then you're making a loss on what you've crafted. So yeah, I'm sure there was definitely a lot of that going on. In EU, the tailoring leg enchant is no longer profitable with concentration. Even you are kidding? Not even with concentration. That's just crazy. Like, how are they? Somebody must be making gold from them somewhere, otherwise they wouldn't be getting crafted. Like, someone's doing something somewhere. Like, otherwise there won't be any on the auction house. So someone must be doing something, like, and it must be crazy if concentration builds aren't making profit, because how could anyone find a cheaper way than a concentration builder doing it? I remember being able to corner a certain market on a medium-sized server, and now I've got to compete with all of the EU. Yeah. That was the problem. Like, can you imagine how much a rank 2 tempered potion would cost on a medium population? Kitty cat. Can you imagine how much a rank 2 tempered potion would cost on a medium population server if we didn't have region-wide auction house? You'd be like 500 gold. If not more. Yeah, I definitely think for the overall, for the general player base, the region-wide auction house works better. It's not better for gold makers. It's not better for most gold makers. It's better for the top 1% of gold makers. Yeah, Cat generally doesn't like it when I'm streaming. She gets no attention whatsoever. And then she sees wires and just pulls. Um, do you buy expansions and level your vaults yourself, or do you redeem tokens for BattleNet bounce? Anything that can be bought with BattleNet bounce, I tend to buy it with BattleNet bounce. Because, why not when you've got loads of it? When you've practically got, infinite BattleNet bounce. Stand on top of the easy mind nodes to take no damage. You see, like, I don't know if you're baiting me or not now, and I'm going to die. Thoughts on Dragonflight Enchants making a comeback? It's going down now, but it was crazy to see what that stuff sold for again. I didn't know anything about the Dragonflight Enchants. I knew about some of the other Dragonflight stuff that was obviously making a comeback. But it's good. It's good that people have found other ways to make some gold. It's funny that people are making like more gold from Dragonflight tailoring than from current expansion tailoring. It's just weird, but it's good. It's good to have like these weird, quirky things that people are making gold from. Q2 will be dead quality in the War Within. You can make everything Q2 from Q1 base mats, and you need Q3 from you need Q3 base mats. Yeah, that's why Q1 and Q2 will end up being the same price. Because you don't really need Q2. Like, the only thing Q2 is useful for is concentration builds, really. But that's not a lot of the quantity of what's in the market. It's a small percentage of it. So Q2 and Q1 prices will end up being identical. It's getting there now, even, isn't it? So cost prices in shambles, yeah, absolutely. Oh, cloth prices have just been really weird this expansion, really weird. Blizzard need to nerf concentration. Why? It's great for so many casual players. In A, the tailoring leg enchant is only 1.5k profit maxed out build. I imagine you need to scale vertically for the maxed for real profits with concentration. Yeah. It's bizarre. Because when you look at the leg enchants, the tailoring, they should be as good as the gem cutting one, really. If not, perhaps slightly better, maybe slightly worse, but they should be on a very similar ground to the gem cutting one when you look at the materials that are going into it. It's very odd how that market's turned out. Probably one of the ones that surprised me the most this expansion. Do you think they'll fix the 30% Dragonflight crafting speed file? No, I don't think they will. Because I reported it about 3 times in the beta. I've reported it loads of times in the beta. And they didn't do anything about it, so they obviously don't care. God, I still need 33 more of these from mining. This really is going to take ages. I mean, at least I'm making some gold from it at the same time, but Is there an add-on that speeds up swapping alts? What you mean, like logging in and logging out? I imagine the best way to do that is just have your settings on low. Wait, more gold from Dragonflight enchanting. That's amazing. Yeah, I don't know what's really going on with that one. I don't know what quirky thing they're doing there to make gold from it. I imagine. Right, so if people are making the Dragonflight tailoring bags, then potentially it could be something, could be supplying those markets maybe. But you just use current expansion, or can you not use current expansion enchants on Dragonflight profession gear then? But then again, you don't even use the Dragonflight profession gear, do you? Because you just use the secondary stats off the current expansion profession gear. No, I don't get it. I don't know what they're doing. For someone just starting professions, is it even worth it at this point? Even the catch up is scuffed. You can't possibly catch up with people until months after they are completely KP capped anyway. Yeah, I mean, you can catch up with people, but the thing is, it's by the time you get there, you're going to put so much gold and effort into doing it, and the amount of competition you're going to be fighting for such small profit margins, it's just not worth it. Just stick on them concentration builds because it's where you're gonna make the money from, isn't it? How is Dragonflight tailoring making gold? It's from crafting bags. Bags are always useful, and there's some pretty big bags in Dragonflight. So you can the bags that use the cooldown cloth are huge, and then if you so then your cooldowns are still worth something. Now I don't think it's like you're not going to be making millions of gold from it, but it's just nice that you can still make something from it. When do you think Dragonflight materials will go up in price? Should we be buying Serverite bolts for next expansion's engineering? I worry about that next expansion. Like the price on stuff like that's going down all the time. The only thing you should ever invest in is stuff you know is going to go up in price, and that stuff you know is going to be getting rarer. Never ever invest in stuff like that. Follow dungeons where the first room gives bots about 35k gold an hour in tailoring mats is probably the cause. Yeah, well, that's probably not helping things, is it? I know Dragonflight enchants aren't that far behind the Dwarven enchants, and the crafting cost is insanely low. I guess it must just be that. Concentration nerf is needed because people running a lot of alts with concentration builds is what makes prices go down. This kills the game for the rest of the players and make professions unprofitable. The a concentration build is going to put like one thing into the market, like number two's moaning. Like concentration builds put such a small amount of stuff into the market. That's not the markets. The stuff's unprofitable because the markets are crashing. Because prices are crashing. It's not only amount of competition. It's not the concentration builds that's doing it. I mean, it will be having an effect, of course, but how many people are running like boundless cipher concentration builds? Like hardly anybody, and the market's still crashing on that. Like there's loads of stuff that the markets are also crashing on that people won't be running, or very few people will be running concentration builds on. Like prices and profits go down over time. It's just what happens, unfortunately. Right. If I was starting late, I'd be happy with a couple of vaults who can make the gear and enchants my character need. That also saves gold and it's convenient. Well, the concentration builds are just they're just good for the majority of the player base. That more people can get involved in crafting and just doing a little bit. Now, I don't necessarily think concentration builds should be as easy as they are to set up. But I'm sure Blizzard will look at it for next expansion anyway, won't they? So, and it's not really stopped people moaning, has it, about prices? Everyone's still moaning all the time because they can't be able to spend 15 minutes to set up an enchanting. Oh, they'll sit there and moan about weapon enchant prices instead. I have three separate accounts with three different emails. I did the campaign on each separate account. Was that necessary, or could I somehow link my main accounts somehow for progress? If they're on the same BattleNet account, then everything should get linked. If they're on different BattleNet accounts, then I don't think there's any way to. But why have you got three accounts on different BattleNet accounts? That sounds like sus as hell. Like why wouldn't you just have it all on one account? Boundless market crash kind of on you. I mean, yeah. I mean, okay, yeah. But think how much gold I could have made from that boundless market if I didn't release that video. Well, to be fair, the artisan's acuity video probably had more of effect on the markets crashing than any other video this expansion, rather than the other videos. Because before that, people knew about the artisan's acuity, sort of knew about the artisan's acuity shuffle. People were talking about it, but they didn't really know what to do with it. There was a few of us that had figured it all out, but so I think the artisan security video probably had the biggest effect on crashing markets than anything else because it got people much more progress than perhaps they should have done so early in the expansion. Something I found to be a major quality of life while gathering is finding a key to interact. So instead of having to aim mouse and click on a herb interface and then press a key and boom, yeah. I know you can do that as well, and I've also realised I've not got my. I saw that guy as well that had been dual gathering using that as well on two characters on one mount. Something else that sounded really interesting that I did want to try out at some point. Seems like it's taken absolutely forever just to get a single one of these now. Like a ridiculous amount of time now. When did I get my last? Ages since I've had one. Chronocloth Regent bag price is 400G higher than Duskweave Regent bag. How is that supposed to sell? Um, you've got to remember though that bags are server based. No bags server based. No, bags are server based. Yeah. So that depends on that price could be different on different servers, and they're really easy to move across servers anyway. So you just if they're not selling well on your server, just sell them on a different server. You okay, chapter? Watch your videos on concentration build and want to try it out. The profit seems to have dropped a lot though. Any ideas on what I can do instead? Um, the profits will drop, unfortunately. We were hoping that we don't know if the profits, the drops we've had this week. I mean, it is a crazy drop we've had this week, but we don't know if it's going to stay this bad or if prices will go back up again. They do drop at this time of the week, but not usually that much. As far as doing anything else is concerned, I mean, concentration's about the best you've got at the moment, unfortunately. Without trying to do some proper crafting, but even proper crafting's pretty crappy now. Um, I used to buy a ton of Q2 Raffles tiers and turn them into Q3 at 20 gold profit per 5 herbs. I'm surprised that even works. Like I never, obviously you can see all the refining, but you never thought you'd be in a position where you would actually be able to do that for a profit. I never thought I'd see that. Do you know if going to 145 enchantments instead of 145 being a blood elf gives better disenchanting results? As far as I'm aware, it does. But once again, it's a marginal bonus, so it's only going to be worth it if it's something you're going to do a huge amount of, or if you just like to min max. Like I race changed this to a Nightborn. Hey, why is that saying this? I was going to say that looks a bit wrong. 1,000 gold profit a craft. I've not seen that for a while. Yeah, so you can race change, and it can have an effect on your crafting costs, but it's such a small crafting cost or your disenchanting results and stuff like that. But it's such a small effect that you need to be doing it for a huge amount of time for it to be worth, race changing or anything like that. Oh, oh, wrong one. This stuff is so annoying. Like there should not be a regent in the game you're having to buy like 50,000 of, like every hour. It's just ridiculous. Like, why can't they make it so you use like 50, like 20 times less, but it costs 20 times more? Hey, K-Chat, do you have stats on I assume you mean Cypher rank 3. I'm fully maxed out and got 3,554 casts for 5,498 AM. I thought it was about 1.7 you get. Going off memory, times 1. So that seems a little bit low to me. Because for me, you should get about 6,000. Yeah, it's about 1.7 you should get if you fully. No, is it 1.7? On my last batch that I checked, I got 1.75, so it should be even higher than that. So that I don't know what's happened there, but what you're saying is right. Those numbers are down. You should have been getting over 6,000. Everyone, I'm sorry about the market crash. I finally settled my concentration also. Of course, profits plummet the instant I spent my first concentration. Definitely picked the wrong concentration enchanting concentration build. Have you done the same concentration build on every single character? Are you currently investing in something or stock up on something in particular? Only stocking up stuff for the weekly reset. I'm not investing properly, as in like long, like I don't call like stocking up for the stocking up for a weekly reset sort of investing. I just call that stocking up. When I'm talking about investing, I'm talking about something where, this is something I'm going to sell in a year or 2 years' time. So my definition of investing is different to other people's investing. Other people's investing tends to be like sort of day trading penny stocks, basically. That sort of philosophy. Whereas my investment philosophy is more like, buying ETFs and forgetting about them for 10 years. I see. Thank you for replying. I started leveling notes for the concentration builds, but the price drops took some of my motivation for it. I mean, check the prices. You don't need to. Your alts don't need to be leveled. They only need to be level 70. So they only need to be the level cap from the last expansion. They don't need to get to level 80 to do it. So you can just do it on level 70s. But just check the prices and stuff and see if it's worth it for you. Because I did notice that some of my enchanting ones were down to like 3k, and it's just like, that sucks. It sucks that it's dropped so much. But for some people will be happy with that. Uh, have you tried using the mouse like the Logitech with infinite scroll wheel, mass posting on the TSM with the macro? I love it. Post around 30 items with one flick. No, I've not tried that, but I might have to get that because when I'm posting my auctions, like I've not done it on stream since I used to stream like a year and a half ago, posting my auctions. But you'll see how many auctions I have to post. I'm probably posting like last time I checked, it was like 12,000 auctions I'm posting. So having something like that, because your hand does start hurting after a while. Yeah, that's my other craft stats 1.7 to 1.8 for Cypher. Rank 3 is well. Rank 3 is way low. I don't know why. I might have to, I've just obviously crafted all those rank threes. I'll double check next time I do some rank threes. Was that rank 3 numbers? No, so my last batch of rank 3 boundless ciphers was 1,000 crafts, and I got 1,707. So it's what I got 1.7 on my last load of rank 3 boundless ciphers as well. So I've got a feeling it's not the numbers. I think the numbers are the same as the others. I think you've just had some sort of freak occurrence or something, because it's not like you've only crafted 100, is it? You crafted thousands and still got a low, sort of a really low return. It's just, and it's really sucky that it's on the item. You know, it's not on rank 2s where you've not lost a lot. It's on rank 3s where you've spent millions of gold to craft them, and where you don't want to get the sort of really bad RNG. I have 6 tunes, 6 different enchanting specs, 6 fantasy rune builds. We'll change the inscription when needed. Oh Jesus, yeah, fantasy runes have gone down a bit as well. I saw you got banned a few weeks ago. They banned every single account, or just the ones that used the renown trick. Well, it depends what you mean by use the renown trick. If you mean you had characters sat in town crafting when you was leveling through the zone and got bonus reputation from that, then yeah. And it wasn't just me. A lot of gold makers got banned for it, where they were just doing stuff in town. Like some of the people I spoke to just had auction house characters that didn't even have the expansion on, sat in town, you know, doing cancel scanning and stuff, and they got banned, unfortunately. But it is what it is. What's that? What this one? That's a weak aura. That weak aura. Yeah, yeah. Go, go, go. So I didn't know I could open 2 different Battle.net accounts on the same Battle.net account. I thought it would kick the other account off the game. So I have 3 separate accounts now. Oh god. Oh, that is terrible. But like somebody said, if they're under if they're all under your name, then Blizzard might be able to merge them for you, because that is a nightmare. Like I have 2, one for the EU and one for the US, and that is bad enough. Oh, unlucky. This guy's really selling through today. Oh, say really selling through. It's just over 1 million gold an hour. It's not exactly. Not exactly breaking the banker out, but what's the best way to making gold in the war within if you are starting right now with the expansion and a way behind other crafters? Well, it's very different. Even if you catch up with the other crafters, even if you caught up with them today, the profit margin's still crap. And it's going to cost you like hundreds of thousands of gold to get there. But like I've said to a few others in the stream, if you're gonna be seriously crafting the whole expansion, even with the crappy profit margins, you can probably sort of make some decent gold over the whole expansion. Or you can just set up the concentration builds. But even those now, the profit margins are coming down on. Should really look at try and see if I can find some better concentration builds or what things like people should potentially be targeting. I worked hard in trade chat and some people send me all their dual crafting crafts. And I've saved a lot of high quality reagents from PvP craft. Seems a good way. Yeah, well, the thing is, that's when you know you've got to a desperate point in the expansion when you're basically crafting for free and preying on resourcefulness procs and hoping for tips. But you're sort of hoping that point of the expansion doesn't come like 6 weeks in. You're hoping that's like months in. But like some people have said, our progress in with our professions compared to Dragonflight has been a lot faster. And it's probably some of that will be the reason as well. Not a big deal. I'm still break even with bad RNG, but it's really weird. The Greenwood rank 3 stats are okay. Yeah. It's just annoying. It's annoying though, because you can lose a lot on that sort of craft with some bad RNG. You don't care if you're crafting rank 2s because, you know, they barely cost anything. But on the rank 3s, you're spending a lot of gold per craft. Hello, thank you for videos. What do you think about fishing? I've not touched it at all this expansion, so I can't really comment. Oh, guys, it started. The drunken text messages from the wife have started again already. It's only 9:15 here. I know my wife sounds like an alcoholic because every time I come on stream, she's out getting drunk. But she's not, honestly. Right. Hey, bro, are you farming artisan security with gathering? Basically, yeah, I'm just trying it out with the catch-up mechanics. See how much I could farm. But it's really slowed down now. Like a cat. Like it must have been like 15 minutes since I've had one. Okay, I know I'm not exactly hardcore farming here, but any dual crafters here who have the tool tree maxed? Can you make rank 5 tools without concentration? I've spoken to an inscription guy. They can make craft rank 5 without concentrations, which surprised me. I mean, as long as you've got everything capped, then someone should be able to do it. Someone did it for me earlier. Your best bet is doing what nobody else is talking about. Yeah. Well, that's always the way with gold making. But the thing is, when people are coming to me, it's usually because they want to be told what to do with their gold making. That is absolutely the best thing to be doing, is whatever nobody else is doing. Which I try and get. Oh, there we go. My moaning got me one. Which is why I try and get that point across all the time if I possibly can. Right. Later in the expansion, only concentration builds will make gold, and rank 3 craft will be all in lost. Yeah. So it depends, because assuming the concentration builds are like the budget setups like mine, they won't have the same sort of secondary stats as a proper crafter. So if the price of the rank 3 stuff comes down really low, then it might get to a point where those secondary stats are worth more than using rank 2 mats instead of rank 3. So you might get to a situation whereby regular rank 3 crafts can craft cheaper than concentration builds, but it's not. It's gonna, if it happens, it's gonna be a long time for the rank 3 materials to get that low. Really. But yeah, like you said, it's going to be a concentration build should make gold for a long time. It's not going to be like, I don't think we're going to go back to the numbers that we had before where we're getting 15k per click, but you should be able to make something from it. Oh, come on, go away. Come on, leave me alone. Um, hey, first time catching you live. Loved your videos. Well, thanks for coming. More fun live. Videos are boring. Nobody's been getting any ads today, have they, by the way? I know I ask this every time, but I never trust YouTube to not put ads on when I tell them not to put ads on. You need to use plus skill regents for tools crafted by Jewel Crafter, plus 5 for Draenei, plus 10 for others, guaranteed. Oh, thank you for that, because I didn't know that. Seems bizarre how they make you do that, though. For buying pigments directly versus buying herbs directly, what is your threshold? It, it. I don't have a strict threshold as such, but it tends to be a case of, if like at the moment I have like loads of ciphers and loads of inks. Like I literally have thousands of ciphers and inks to sell. So at this point, I'm not in a rush to craft. So my threshold, I will tend to buy pretty much all herbs if there's any sort of difference. I mean, it's always going to be cheaper to make your herbs. So in this situation, I tend to be doing all my own herbs into pigments myself. If it gets to a point where I've sort of sold out of a lot of this and I've barely got any stock and I need to craft quickly and I've got good profit margins, then I will just buy the pigments directly. Sometimes I'll even buy the inks directly if I need to craft fast enough. But obviously, I'm always checking. I'm always checking what my crafting costs are of the pigments compared to what the auction house price is. Now, my price compared to my price is always going to be lower than the auction house price. It's just by how much is it worth the effort. It's still selling. Makes a lot of sense. Yeah, yeah. But for most people, most of the time, as long as you're making your pigments base, which is obviously, you've got everything here, you've got the resourcefulness tool and stuff to do it with, then most people should probably do it themselves. because it's just gonna make you that bit more gold. Like you don't tend to have a limit. Like it's harder to sell stuff than it is to craft stuff. So you may as well make your profit margins as high as you can by doing the pigments yourself the majority of the time. Yeah. Having some luck on these now. It's like 3 I've had in the last 2 minutes. Drop rate on the herb one though just seems to be so much higher. Like I've only got 12 more herbalism ones to get, but I've still got 31 mining ones to get. For dust bolts on EU, rank 2 is around 250 gold, and rank 3 is only around 345 gold, which is why the leg enchants aren't profitable for concentration anymore, as high multicraft is a muff at this point for profit. So that sucks because I never thought. Like I always thought the rank 2 market would be cheap because I knew it was going to get saturated by the amount of people that just ran the regular bulk crafting build, literally just carrying it on from Dragonflight. But I never thought the rank 3s would be so cheap. So it must just be. How are people making the rank 3 so cheap then? Because you still need all the plus skill to do it, don't you? Obviously, because it's all from here, so they need all this maxed out, don't they? They need literally every single point here. So I suppose it doesn't take that much, and then you just need to max out the multi-craft. I mean, the resourcefulness as well as a bonus, but the multi-craft is the main thing. You need what, 110 points, which isn't that difficult, I suppose. Just bizarre. I never would have thought that the rank 3 prices would be so low. Not so low. I mean, so close to the rank 2 prices because it's so easy to produce the rank 2s. Yeah, because that was one of the. I thought the. I really thought the spell thread spec was going to do well before the expansion. I mean, and it was until not too long ago, until the herb prices, the cloth prices just got silly. I noticed that the mining ones take forever for some reason. I think they have the same drop rate, but naturally you find more herbs. Maybe, yeah. I mean, you definitely find more herbs. Once once I do have the herbs, I'm just going to turn herb finding off basically. And I can just fly around and just mine, and hopefully I'll pick them up a bit faster. But you think they'd make the drop rate on the mining ones a bit better. Close. We're at level 75 already. That's crazy. What do you think is the best way for a newcomer to earn money, herbing and mining, or what? I mean, like if you want a way to farm, then you can't really argue with herbalism and mining. Like you can't lose gold from it, can you? But of course, you can go with the concentration builds as well, which are linked in the pinned comment. But do check the profit margins out first and make sure you're happy with them. Because stuff has been all over the place this week. Yeah, I think you just gather more herbs, yeah. I'm fully maxed on 4 enchanters. Profit is like 200 gold per rank 3. Sometimes goes up to 500, 800 gold. Yeah, it's not great. Oh, excuse me, guys. It's just bizarre that it's got like this so quickly, this expansion. And it must just be because of how easy they've made it to unlock everything, to get so much knowledge. Like you only need, what, 70 knowledge to be able to craft with enchanting at rank 3 from the plus skill. Which, you know, anyone can go out and do that now. It's, and die. Enchanting definitely has the easiest catch-up grind, yeah. Yeah, I mean, when I get onto the enchanting after I've done this, I mean, that's definitely a lot less time consuming than this. Right. So I finally got my tailor set up so we can actually craft bolts now anyway. So we can get on doing a bit of that. Checking flasks, rank 1 are more expensive than rank 2. Nobody can make rank 1 anymore. Aha. Yeah, because of the plus skill. People have got all the plus skill and then they can't make the rank 2s anymore. I can't make rank 1s anymore. I can't make rank 1 bound ciphers anymore. It's funny, but the problem is anyone actually going to buy those rank 1s? Tailor Me Enchanting Shuffle is great. Watching a movie just made 60k from 100k Weaver cloth mats. Yeah, I mean, maybe I should set up the disenchanting on this character because obviously he's already bis tailoring, but it's whether I can bother to sit there pressing the button. There's a lot of button pressing. Uh, what is this strategy you are doing? You are gaining the art and security before switching professions. Basically, yeah, I'm just farming art and security, basically. Because obviously every knowledge point you get is going to give you 5 art and security. But when you're doing this across, like lots of different items. So what's that? That's 74 items I've got there. So that's like 300 odd art and security. Yeah, it soon starts adding up. You can probably get yourself to a situation now where you can pretty much be an abyss crafter if you're willing to put in enough effort straight from the start. How was Weaver Cloth unraveling profitable? Must be on the US. Well, it depends. I don't know if it's profitable at the moment because I'm turning that into bolts. If you mean just selling the spools, but I imagine a lot of people are turning it into something else, like turning it into bolts, turning it into bracers, disenchanting bracers. Like if you do the whole shuffle yourself, you're going to make much better gold from it. Oh, give me that herb. How fast would you say it take a beginner from day's date to earn 5 million gold or 10 million gold, etc.? It depends what effort you want to put in, but now, unfortunately, now's not the time to be able to do that so well. Like, if you're already set up with a crafter and you're going to sit there and craft all day and scan all day and stuff like that, then you can make some good gold. But at that, you still need to have a best in slot crafter to be able to do that. If you don't have that, then unless you're farming a lot, it's hard to make that sort of gold. Unfortunately, like when the time to be making gold is like 2 or 3 weeks ago, or 4 weeks ago, 5 weeks ago. You know, like first night of the expansion, I was buying rank 2 bismuth for 400 gold each. Because I remember putting it on Twitter saying, you know, get it on the auction house. Like that's when you need to be farming. If you want to make loads and loads and loads of gold. Now the thing is you can still make 5, 10 million gold. You can make 100 million gold. It's just going to take you a lot more effort to do it. You can get a macro and then just put something to press a button on your keyboard to disenchant automatically. You mean like the Homer Simpson duck thing? Press the button at work. So it'd be good if you, like I said, I think it's good to have that sort of setup. If you've also got an enchanter crafter as well, an enchanter as a crafter as well, so you can just get your own materials. It's cheaper then, isn't it? Oh, you dare, you dare. Oh, great. Dynamite and some mobs. Yeah, I'm not messing around with that. I guess shuffle works because it's really annoying to press disenchant on every item, and not a lot of people do it. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people won't know about the easier ways of doing it as well. I guess. Oh, we are crashing again. Do you ever lose track of what you're doing on each character, or you must have crazy money? No, it's not that hard because I know on this one I'm just farming. I know on this one I'm just listing auctions, and these two are just crafting. Like if you're just looking at it, then it might look like that, but it's actually really simple when you're just running four at least anyway. Disenchanting is fine but boring. With my tailoring disenchant, I can make up to 40% profit. But since price goes down, you just spend same amount of time to make less gold, and it's boring to click one button. Yeah, I mean it is. It is boring. You need to be doing something else, don't you? Like it's that sort of thing where I wish we could still do multi-boxing and you can have like 9 disenchanters and just press the button once and it's going to disenchant on all of them. That's the sort of thing that multi-boxing was cool for. Not the crazy farming stuff you saw. Multi-craft, I sometimes get 12 rank threes from one craft. Yeah, well that's like jackpot, isn't it? Like the amount of gold you make from that. What advice would you give to someone getting set up now? I was close to breaching 1 million for the first time ever with DE Shuffle, but it's completely dropped off and I've tanked. Like, you could go try something else. You just buy. I assume you doing this. If everyone else though is saying that the DE Shuffle's still working, for them at least, but it depends. I mean, you can either spend all that gold and time and effort to get another one set up, another different profession, or make concentration builds, or just go to regular farming. I would go with concentration stuff. Even now with the lower profits, I'd go with concentration stuff because over the whole expansion, it should. Oh god, that was not a good place to land. Over the whole expansion, it should make you some decent gold, even if it's not as amazing as it was. Where's that? Usually put a vitamin box or my phone on to a button on my keyboard and it works. That's how I shuffle. Lol. Just need to tab onto that window. Also, the keyboard needs to be set up to register button pressed down as a repeat presses. See, that's the hack. And Blizzard can't ban you for that, can they? Because you're still pressing the button, sort of. You're saying chanting is a good way in this late in the expansion to make gold. Would you pair it with anything to make more? I'm a gatherer, so I'm still fairly. It's good as far as concentration builds concerned. If you're talking about regular crafting, then enchanting's pretty cool. But there are some other ones in that playlist, like the dual crafting one and things like that, that can work as well. Like the dual crafting, the gem cutting dual crafting one is probably the next best one at the moment. But that takes a bit more effort than the enchanting to set up. I can't farm. I fall asleep or lose interest in about 5 minutes. Yeah, I mean that's why you need something set up where you don't have to put any effort in. Like especially if you know it's going to last you the whole expansion as well. But I can do some herb and mining for a bit. I don't mind, especially if I've got stuff going on all the other windows as well. It sort of keeps you a little bit stimulated. But I couldn't do like 2x4 farming or anything like that. That would just bore me senseless, basically. Would that not be ban worthy though? Technically, you're not keystroking each action like they want. I'm not going to argue with the technicalities about it. I thought Blizzard won't ban someone for accidentally getting a reputation that they didn't use, but apparently they do. So, what do I know about what Blizzard will ban people for? Cancel scanning. This is cancel scanning. You just click cancel scan, and everything that's been undercut by somebody else, you can then cancel it and relist it to make yours top of the list so it actually sells. Hello, question. Does spec affect dual crafter settings in any way? I got dual crafting on any of these characters. I can't check it. I know, obviously, resourcefulness definitely affects it. I can't remember if multicraft, it can proc multicraft as well. But as far as your actual, can I? No, I haven't got my dual crafting character logged in, so I can't check for you. I'm afraid. But if there's any, like, if there's any nodes that give general secondary stats, then they will usually contribute. But I don't think we have any in dual crafting, do we? We don't have like generic nodes. So you're probably not going to get anything from that. Oh, I got caught in a dump of materials and was crafting a ton of T2 tempered potions. Average craft was around 105. The price is now 89. You think it will ever come back, or best to get rid of them? It might come back on Tuesday, but it weren't you that just got caught out in that. I got caught out in that a bit as well. I mean, the price should come back on Tuesday, maybe, but there's so much supply on the auction house now. of all the herbs and stuff like that. So it might come. It should make a comeback. Now I don't think it's going to go up to what it was before, definitely, but it should at least sell for more than what it is at the moment. But you just never know. The crash could just carry on. The prices just could carry on going. Just because I think they won't, it doesn't mean they won't. Dude got banned for flipping cards. Also one button, so be careful. Hello, Dr. Gosling again. Nice to have you back. We're just doing the same as what we usually do. Bit of crafting, bit of selling, bit of herbing and mining for some artisan security. All the usual stuff that we spend our Saturday nights doing around here. Right, is that done? Right. Right, so we switch over to the multi-craft tool. Right. Need about 20,000-ish. That'll do. And crafting without his potion. Slacking. You craft. No, you've got your crafting speed. That's fine. Craftsman is nothing listed for the magnificent jeweler's setting spec bonuses. Well, if it's like if that's saying that, Craftsman's usually fairly good for stuff like that. So it should be right. Where's that? There we go. Oh, I told you to start crafting. What's wrong? Get on with it. Yep. Tried to flip crystallized powder from 1 gold to 4 gold and it backfired and I lost 600k gold on it. Well, that was a ballsy move to try it. Like, because I've looked at some of these as well. I even looked at the one that goes into the tempered potions, the rare item that goes into tempered potions. I looked into that as well. But there's just so many of them on the auction house now. It's just, you can't imagine what the supply is going to look like in a month's time. It's just going to be scary, the amount of stuff we've got available, the amount of stuff that's been farmed. Must just be so many people in the game farming at the moment. But as long as you learnt your lesson, I suppose. Is there any profession that is profitable if I want to start now? Well, pretty much everything is probably at profit somehow, because otherwise people wouldn't be crafting it. But the profit margins are so low, and the time and effort and goal to set it up is, it's not cheap. That it's whether it's worth putting all that effort in for what you'll actually get back from it. Yeah, so you can make gold probably on any profession. It's just I don't know if it's worth the setup costs for a normal crafter anyway. Like I say, every 5 minutes. Concentration builds though, that's another That's an easy way of doing it. And you can see all the concentration builds in the pinned comments. In the pinned comment is the playlist with them all on, especially the enchanting one. But don't copy my enchanting spec because that one seems to be doing crap at the moment, probably because everybody's copying my enchanting spec. The catch-up mechanic for crafting orders, could you explain how it works real quick? The week order is showing 24 hours and 48 hours. Not sure what that means. I've not got the only information I've got it on it is Mampius's video, which is basically a case of they spawn fairly regular, just check every day. But even then, I found that I don't seem to get them very regular. For the actual patron order ones, it's just the system is just crap basically. You've just got to log on and hope they're there. Because like I've logged on some of my characters for like 3 or 4 days in a row checking for them, and there's been none available, even though you can see that they're due some. So if you're trying to get that catch up by patron orders, then just like some of them are really short as well. You do basically need to be logging in basically almost every day to check. But what happened this week for the price falling of the whole market is the delve bust. What's caused it? It's just over time, more stuff gets farmed and more people are crafting stuff. So you end up with more supply into the market and more crafters, so prices and profit margins go down. So that's why over the course of the expansion, the prices do go down. But this week it just happened more so than it normally happens. Like we looked at the graphs earlier, you could see that the supply into the market was the highest it's been so far this expansion, but it wasn't like a abnormally high amount. It was sort of less than 20% more than it had been last week. But that 20% can make a big difference on how quickly the price falls if the demand doesn't keep up with that. I'm on Tichondrius US, and every point of the day there's 200 plus people mining in Herbin, yeah. But that's silly of them. Like, nowadays, if you're going to mine in Herb, you should do it on a character that's on a low population server. So you can just fly around and grab all the nodes. Because it makes no difference, because you can still have the gold or the materials on any character, can't you? Because you're selling them on the region-wide auction house or transferring them via the warband if you're going to use them for your own crafting. So I don't get why people farm on high population servers. It baffles me. Like, you can just get so much lower gold per hour from doing it. Completely unrelated to any gold making, but what's your favourite dish? Probably tikka masala. Better off working a shift in McDonald's and buy a token. Well, like I think most people could work more time in their job and buy a token with the money they earn. But do they actually want to do that? Would they rather just earn the gold in game? Because for me, that's like all I do in this game. Don't you dare go off. Oh, that's fine. Yeah, I mean, lots of people now. It's the main thing they do in the game. It seems to be since the new profession system in Dragonfly, so many more people have got interested in gold making. Like it's crazy the difference that has made to gold making. Right. Null stones are only like 3k on the EU. Yeah, yeah, 7 to 8k on the US. Yeah, the price differences can be a bit crazy at times. Not sure what region you played, but I think that was about 3 to 4 days ago in US that the price of tons of different war within items crashed anywhere to 30-50%. Any idea as to what might have happened? Yeah, we just talked about that one. That's probably I probably answered that question since you said that. Cheers, mate. Sorry, didn't mean to come across as rude when I said it real quick. No, I don't take anything as rude. I guess everyone just capped their profession so less profit and prices go down, making people realise they should stop making more concentration lots, reducing prices even more. Uh, I mean, it was always going to happen. We just don't want it to happen as quick as it did happen, obviously. But we'll see. We'll see how we recover. What's the price? How much? See, look, when we were looking earlier, and I was talking about buying up the lure drop, there was like 60,000 of it. We're up to 140,000 again. And that's not you know, an abnormal amount to be on the auction house, but it just shows how much people can have just in their bags and stuff like that. That like another 80,000 of it's just appeared, what, in the last hour to 2 hours. So if I did make that decision to reset that, it wouldn't really have done much. And I'd have been sat on a lot of lure drop, which would have been fine. I would have made gold from it, but it would just taken a lot of processing. Right. See, that's say I'm crafting at a loss there, but that's assuming I'm buying those inks off the auction house, which I'm not, obviously. I've just made all them myself. So that's not my crafting cost there, which is why I don't use CraftSim a lot of the time. It's useful for some stuff, but not for everything. It's the same here as well. It looks like I'm crafting at a loss, but I'm not because these materials, these I've crafted myself, so I didn't pay anywhere near auction house price for those. There's so many nodes on popular realms, so yeah, but like on a low population realm, like every node's up like pretty much all the time. Like if I was doing this properly and actually flying about, I'd be getting loads. Like on a high population realm, I just find like half the time the nodes are disappearing by the time you get to them, and it's just really annoying. Hello, what do you recommend for new players to do for gold? Um, Either mine, Herb, or if you want to do professions, only do concentration professions because that's the only way you'll really make gold. If you want to see concentration professions, you can see the pinned comment at the top and some of my videos on it there. Does that really work like that with a low population server? On low population server, you seem to see 10 of them merged servers. Well, like you can see here, there's just nodes everywhere all the time. Like, and when I've tried to do, it's so for example, like when I do my, when I do my weekly treasures for my professions, like I've done it before where I've on my alchemist in particular is on Illidan server, so I've accidentally gone down there on Illidan server and I've like struggled to find anything, but then I get my characters, one of my characters from a low population realm to invite the character, and there's just stuff everywhere. Then it's one of the reasons that I like to play on these low population realms because stuff like that is so much easier. I only need 5 more herbalism ones. Yeah, we're starting to get some crafting lag now. For me, owning gold in game is more relaxing than spending more time at my job. Yeah, me and you both. Uh, how do you have so many Brutus souls? I only have one Brutus soul because it's on multiple accounts. You can just use it on every one of them because they're all linked. Grab that. Could also be that we have no sparks this week, so maybe a slight gain towards next week in demand in regards to demand. Perhaps, but that tends to be more the higher end stuff, doesn't it? When it sparks, like the lower end stuff as well has been pretty significantly affected. Like all the rank 1, rank 2 stuff, the amount of it's just like through the roof. But yeah, I mean that could have an effect as well. Right, and I think he needs a break. It's destroying my RAM crafting like that. See, look, we only just bought 50,000 of these. Like, it didn't even seem like that long ago that I did it. There shouldn't be anything in the game that you're having to buy 50,000 of, 50 stacks of every hour just to be able to craft. What expansion did you first do gold making in? Um, BFA, basically. Any regrets so far in the war event? I think I just set up to when I was doing my initial crafting. I think I just tried setting up stuff I didn't need, but at the same time, it wasn't very predictable either. So I couldn't really have done anything about it. The stuff that I didn't use wasn't very predictable. Like I set up all my disenchanters and stuff like that, but I didn't really need them in the end. But I've not made any huge mistakes so far this expansion, I don't think. Nothing that's cost millions of gold anyway. I don't think. I recall. Hello, K-Shack. First time viewing live. Is YouTube your only streaming platform? It is at the moment because I'm just getting used to it all again because it's been a while. I may link up with Twitch at some point in the future as well. It's on the to-do list, like with, getting a Discord and all the other stuff. Oh, come on, don't blow me up. Yeah, lots of stuff on the to-do list, I'm afraid. But all that sort of stuff will probably get done when there's less to make videos about, so I have some more time, then I can look at doing that sort of stuff instead. But at the moment, there's still stuff to make videos about, so keep trying to make videos when I get time. Is the catch-up knowledge point tracker accurate? It says I have 7 for both alchemy and engineering, but I don't think I've missed a single KP patron order. I don't know how it works, but it could be potentially. So I don't know. Okay, so I'm just guessing here. It could be that maybe your RNG on your patron orders was crap, and maybe there's some sort of limit on what you can get, and so it's saying you may not have even seen the patron orders, but you could have got more. Like other people with good RNG got more patron orders than you, because we know the patron order system's RNG as to how much you got. So maybe it's something like that where you got catch up from something that you haven't missed, but it's because you got bad RNG on what you did get. Because I'm like you, I've had some professions where I know I've not missed any, but I've still got catch up available. So that is just a theory, because we know you can get bad RNG on the patron orders. My inscription character is just completely melting now. 8k per crystalline radiance. Concentration is cooked as well. Well, I mean, unfortunately, that's one of the worst ones to do with enchanting, because that's the one everyone's doing. Because that's the one I do in the video. Can you show skill tree to enable rank 3 boundless? I think it's going to explode if I try to do this. So to make rank 3 boundless, you just need that maxed, and all that maxed, with 100 skill, obviously. But you're not going to be able to do it for a profit unless you've got all that maxed as well, because you need the secondary stats. So you should do that first. Do that first, make rank 1 and rank 2 at a profit, and then do those later on. But realistically, to make those at a profit, you need those and those maxed out as well, really. So you can do all the production process yourself. How are we doing for? Still need some more of those. We need some. Right, I'm going to log this guy out for a minute, because the memory leak I'm getting from this crafting is ridiculous. What class did you raid on when you did? Did you raid in Classic TBC? Yeah, I was a mage in Classic and TBC. And then I was a shaman at the end of TBC. And then I've been pretty much been a shaman since then, to be honest, most of the time. Earning the gold in game is fun. Working to buy gold is depressing and gives you mental illness. Well, it depends on your job, I suppose, doesn't it? I mean, I don't hate my job that much, which is why I still do my job and don't try and do this as a job. You should go on Twitch much better. Yeah, I mean, yeah, Twitch is definitely better for streaming overall, but I think I'm probably more discoverable on here because I do okay on here. I've got no idea how I do on Twitch. But I mean, it's something that I have to do at some point in the future, depending on how far I want to push everything with the channel and stuff like that. Oh God, this lag. You can do it. You can land on the platform. Yeah. There we go. Please. Thank you. But that was hard work. This is a problem when you're crafting too long. Just the amount of memory WoW uses just goes up and up and up over time. Even on minimum settings. My PC cannot run free account. What's your PC RAM for 4 game? I've got 64 gig of RAM. But these free accounts here are running on minimum settings, which is why I can run these like this. So like if I go on here, graphics is on 1 and the frames is capped at 10 frames per second, which is why it looks like crap. Now, when I'm streaming, I usually just turn this back to normal, but it does make things smoother if I just cap the ones that I'm not actively playing on low settings, and it's a much less strain on your PC. Right, I need to run out of potions. I'm 90% and I haven't missed anything on alchemy, and I have 9 KP I could get from catch up. Yeah, I think I'm something like that, like I'm 7 KP I could get from catch up. Quick question, how do you calculate if making rank 3 region is more profitable? Well, when I do my calculations, like I just put my numbers into my spreadsheet, which is also crashing. And that's my sort of, if I put the base numbers in there and the numbers that come out this end are the numbers of my crafting costs based on me doing it from scratch. So me milling, me making inks, then me making the boundless ciphers. And that is like my eventual crafting costs based on those. Whereas Craft Sim's telling you your crafting costs based on sort of basically getting the stuff off the auction house unless you play with it a lot more. Oh, I've got... Just realised I've got no rank 3 healing potions. What the hell have I not been crafting those? Right, we need to get some of those crafting. Right, you can have some time off. I didn't realize that was a big mistake running out of rank 3 healing potions. One of the main things that's making me profit at the moment, and I've run out of them. That's very careless. Very careless. Do you play Mythic Plus raids yourself, or do you buy boosts or etc. for it? No, I don't. I enjoyed Mythic Plus in particular, but I just don't have time for it. Like I barely have time to make videos and stream and stuff like that. If I started doing Mythic Plus and stuff as well, I just won't be able to do the other stuff as well. You could stream both platforms at the same time. I could do, yeah. But I'm still getting used to everything. So sometimes I struggle to even keep up with chat on one platform. So I can't imagine what it'd be like on two. My tailor says plus 31 patron orders, which I guess makes sense because you can't do a lot of them if they're from gear crafting. Yeah, it is a bit sucky how you get these patron orders for stuff you can't even craft or yeah, not the best of systems in that aspect. Right, so how many of these are going to make? Let me just check what my I hate showing this on screen because it just looks so ugly. So what's that? That's 26, 17. So what's halfway between 26 and 17 is like 20. So I'll say like 21. 21. So the price on that stayed the same. Vials have gone up to 298. Are you kidding me? Oh, no, that's what they were before as well. So my crafting cost on a healing potion at the moment is about 233. Selling for 254. Is that 233 with auction house cut or without a cat? That's 245 with auction house cut. So my profit on a healing potion at the moment is 9 gold. Oh, that is terrible. So we want 6,000 of these. The rank threes, yeah. 6,000 rank twos. So these are expensive craft. Well, not yeah, these are reasonably expensive craft because of the vials involved. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to craft some rank 2 healing potions first to stack up my buff because those cost basically nothing to craft. And then I'll craft, the more expensive ones. If it's tempered potions or something like that, I don't care because the price isn't high. But these are expensive to craft, so I've always thought craft sim is horrible because of this. I mean, I don't want to look at the profit based on if I buy X, Y, Z. At least gives the option for using regions. Yeah, yeah. I mean, like Impy says, there is an override function, but I've never messed around with that. I'd rather just be able to put some numbers in and know what my crafting cost is and know what I've spent on something. You do a great job with chat, to be honest. A lot of streamers read only one or two comments. Oh, thank you. We had a time the other week where we had like 400 people in here, and I just could not keep up because the text was just flying through. But if people are writing stuff, then I at least want to read and try and respond to it. If people are putting the effort into, type something in chat. Form follows function. Does resourcefulness not impact milling? Yes, it does. So when I'm milling, I have to switch over from my multi-craft tool to my resourcefulness tool. So how do you calculate crafting costs considering multi-craft and resourcefulness? Basically, I craft a huge amount of stuff and see what comes out the other end. So like I know with the boundless ciphers, like we were talking about earlier, that I get about 1.7 of these when I take into resourcefulness and multi-craft into account. I get about 1.7 of these per craft, and then you can figure out your crafting costs from that. This isn't based on like 100 crafts. This is based on like usually like 10,000 plus crafts to get rid of the RNG. And once you've done this, once you're abyss crafter, so you can't improve anymore, then the numbers are fairly static then. Is Goblin Ratio mandatory for tier 3 healing potions? It's not, but it does help because it means you can use some rank 2 materials instead of rank 3. So it helps a little bit. But it's not something like the cost of this potion is so high, using some of the cheap herbs slightly cheaper is not making a massive, massive difference. It just helps a little bit. But I'm a huge min-maxer, so I will do it. Like I race changed this Nightborn character from a goblin or whatever it was before. It was a Vulpera, wasn't it, before? Even though it barely makes a difference. Do What's the biggest reason to server hopping, and do you use it? I have a huge amount of stock on a huge amount of servers. I'll probably show you on this. And I move stuff about a lot. So we got one of. So if we take something like say this. You'll ever log in. So I just like to buy stuff from loads of servers and spread it out to loads of servers. So this is a guild bank and what we've got in here. So this is so what this looks like. This was a full guild bank at one point. Oh no, you're kidding me. Do not tell me, Blizzard, you've done this to me. If I've got oh my god, Blizzard. Do you know what's happened here? So there was a bug with the guild banks where loads of stuff disappeared. So that's what happened. That's why, like, I was looking at this, I was like, there's massive holes in the bank here. Why is this like this? And obviously the items have disappeared, and Blizzard have mailed them back to me, which is fine. Normally you don't care, but all of these are unique, which means it's a pain to get all these back into the bank because you can only pick up one of these at once. So that's nice of Blizzard for me. So what's happened? All this stuff here, this has all been bought off various servers, and I've just got like, you know, loads of guild banks full of this stuff, and this is all transmog from like Dragonflight. And I've bought it all cheap, brought it, and then I'll bring it to one server into one guild bank, and then spread it out across every server. And then as it sells, I'll spread more out to more servers. And because I have it on every server, I can pretty much set the price as well. So you can see that region market value average, 99,999 that's because that's the price I list it as. Because I have such a huge percentage of the stock, I can pretty much set the price. And whatever I set as the price will end up being what the region-wide value is because I control so much of the stock. So that's what I tend to use switching stuff across servers for, mostly. Yeah, the alchemy bag is terrible, basically. I am new to WoW. How does he have multiple games up at the same time? Many different accounts or the same account, different characters? Different accounts, yeah. I have 10 WoW accounts, basically. If your profit is only 9G with healing potions, is it worth resetting the market out and buying it out and resetting it? No. The only reason the healing potion is good is because it's been good recently. And the profit margins have been good recently. But obviously that's come down now because it's down to 9 gold. But when I was crafting these this morning, and obviously I've sold them all out, but these were crafting at like 130 or 140 gold profit earlier per craft. So it was quite good then. I'm not necessarily crafting these to sell now. These might just be craft to sell. I might craft and sell some of them now for, that massive 9 gold profit. But mostly this will be crafting to sell on for Tuesday probably. Can you give a basic understanding of the stats for crafting? I am new to the style professions and back to WoW after 15 years. So basically, you have your profession. Like if you was at WoW, if you played WoW before, then you've got your profession skill at the top. You have your profession gear that also gives you plus skills. That's why you can see I'm got plus 40 because that's the plus skill I've got from the profession tools. That added together is your basic crafting skill. See there, my skill is 368. So I've got 145, so it's 105 from my profession, and then from my profession skill, and 40 from my tools. So 145 of that 368 comes from that. The other 368 comes from either plus skill that you've got from various points you've put in your knowledge tree, or from using better rank materials, which also increase your skill. And as you increase your skill, it's going to increase sort of the quality of what you produce. Now, you've also got all your secondary stats. So if you each of these, you've got a percentage chance of happening. So crafting speed just increases the speed that you craft, basically. Resourcefulness, when that procs, you have a chance to get some materials back. Multicraft has a chance to produce multiple of something when it does proc. So you can see there. So it procced resourcefulness, so it saved me those regions. This one procced resourcefulness, so it saved me those regions, and it procced multicraft, so it crafted 4 instead of crafting 1. And then ingenuity. Ingenuity is something that you can use to sort of boost a craft to increase your skill, but it costs concentration, which concentration up here is a limited resource, which you get back over about 3 days. It takes you about 3.5 days-ish to get your 1,000 concentration back. But you can use that as a method to boost your skill up without having to use sort of more materials or having higher skill. So that's basically a very basic outlook on how the system works now. There is quite a lot to it compared to what you used to if you played 15 years ago. It is on my to-do list to do sort of a guide from the start that someone from sort of 15 years ago in WoW would be able to understand the professions now if they watched it. Now we've still got loads of those inks to sell. Is that all we came for? Oh, more drunk text. I better send us something back. Right, did we get the bounce? Right. Do you continue to track results in case of changes you've made? Occasionally, I do recheck things, but I don't do it like as a very regular thing. So every couple of weeks, I might just check on one batch, make sure it's still about the same, because sometimes you can see the changes as well. Like when it came to when dual crafting changed, and suddenly you started getting a lot more gems and a lot less of the other stuff. It was a really obvious change, and that's why I like to do stuff myself as well, because then you can see stuff like that very quickly. Right, guys. So, what is my day job? I'm a nurse. What do you think is easiest to set up a profession for gold making, in your opinion? Look at the concentration builds on the pinned comment. Right, guys. Thank you all for coming. I've got to go because drunk wifey needs picking up and taxiing by the looks of it. So thanks for coming again. It's really appreciated. Lots of fun again. If I can, I might do it tomorrow afternoon as well, possibly, or I might work on a video. I'm not sure yet. But thanks for coming again, guys. Like I said, really appreciated. And thanks for coming and showing your support. And I'll see you next time.